Chapter 2387. A few days passed. The big black wolf finally made a decision. Regardless of his personal freedom, he had to get his hands on this great fortune first. Thus, it found Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang directly used the slave seal to control it. After controlling the big black wolf, Qin Feiyang was not stingy and immediately asked Fire Lotus to help it open the door of potential. He even gave it the Chaos Divine Pellet. However, Qin Feiyang had told it that it could take the Chaos Divine Pill first, but it could not break through. Because the Nirvana Divine Pill had not been refined yet, the door of potential of the Divine Lord could not be opened, so he had to wait for him to find a new pill furnace. In the blink of an eye. Outside, more than 2 years had passed. Boom. At noon that day, Qin Feiyang's aura suddenly soared and directly broke through to the great success Divine Lord. "I've finally broken through." Qin Feiyang muttered, opened his eyes, restrained his aura, got up, stretched his muscles and pushed open the stone door. In the hall, Fire Lotus and the big black wolf were not seen. When Qin Feiyang walked out of the hall, he saw Huolian sitting in the courtyard at the side. She was comfortably drinking tea and enjoying her peaceful life. "It's quite comfortable." Qin Feiyang walked into the courtyard and laughed. Fire Lotus was slightly stunned, then quickly put down the wine cup and said, "You're out." "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and sat opposite Fire Lotus. Fire Lotus picked up the teapot and poured a cup for Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang picked up the teacup and took a sip, then asked, "Where's the big black wolf? Ever since it left, I haven't seen it come back for thousands of years. I don't know where it went to fool around." Fire Lotus shook her head. "Thousands of years?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "That's right. A day outside is 10 years here. You've been in seclusion for more than 2 years, which is 7 or 800 days. 7 or 8,000 years have passed in that ancient castle," Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang stared blankly for a moment before he smiled bitterly and said, 10 years in a day. I'm really not used to the change in time rules. Do you know that in these 7 to 8,000 years, our black tortoise world has changed a lot?" Fire Lotus smiled. "What changes?" Qin Feiyang looked at her curiously. "Now, our black tortoise world is no longer dominated by false gods. A large number of war gods have emerged. Moreover, 2 superpowers have appeared. They have basically unified the black tortoise realm. You probably can't guess who's in charge of these 2 superforces," Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't tell me it's Hui Yi." Fire Lotus asked, "Why would he do something so senseless?" "Who is that?" Qin Feiyang was curious. Fire Lotus said, "It's the 2 guards you brought in from the Castellan Manor. I think they're called Pai Lupi and Theta Wang." "It's them?" Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Just these 2 small characters could dominate the black tortoise world. Fire Lotus smiled. "Is it hard to believe?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "It's only natural. Because our black tortoise world's humans and fierce beasts aren't strong to begin with. And both of them are divine monarch realm cultivators. Tell me, with their divine monarch realm strength, what's so difficult about dominating the black tortoise world?" Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. 2 small characters that are like ants in the outside world can actually dominate our black tortoise world. It really makes one not know whether to laugh or cry. Also, the soul vein and crystal vein we looted from the Castellan Manor have all evolved. The original grade 9 soul vein and crystal vein have all evolved to First Order High God Realm. The original First Order High God Realm soul vein and crystal vein have evolved to Second Order High God Realm. I've collected several hundred sets of Chaos Divine Pills and Nirvana Divine Pills medicinal herbs," Fire Lotus said. "Several hundred sets?" Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. "That's right. Just like the Nirvana Divine Fruit, as soon as it ripens, I will pluck it, then it will bear new fruits, and so on. 7 to 8,000 years have passed, naturally, there will be more," Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood, looking at the ancient castle with a smile. "These are all bestowed by it." "Yes, sir. The ancient castle has really helped us a lot these years. We must be grateful to it," Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang nodded, asking, What about Hu Yi? Is there any news about him? No. You can take a look. Because you're the ruler of the Black Tortoise world, no matter where he hides, you can find him. Fire Lotus said. Forget it. Let's not disturb him. As for Pai Lupi and Theta Wang, let's not interfere and let them develop. Qin Feiyang said. I think so too. I also hope that one day, our Black Tortoise world can develop to the same level as the ancient world. Fire Lotus said with a smile. The same level as the ancient world, Qin Feiyang muttered, sighing, that still needs a long time. With the ancient castle's time law, it's only a matter of time. Fire Lotus was very confident of this. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, holding his teacup and drinking tea. Oh right, Qin Dage, I have an idea, I wonder if it'll work. Fire Lotus seemed to have thought of something, looking at Qin Feiyang. What idea? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. To make the Black Tortoise world stronger, resources are indispensable. Like crystal veins, soul veins, divine arts, divine artifacts, herbs, and so on. Fire Lotus said. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. So I'm thinking, those divine arts, divine artifacts, and herbs that we don't need, can we give them to the Black Tortoise world? Fire Lotus asked. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, then suddenly slapped his head, saying, that's right, why didn't I think of that? In these years, the divine artifacts and divine arts he had obtained could be said to be enough to fill an entire treasury. Not to mention the low-grade divine arts and divine artifacts, just the perfect divine arts, top-grade divine artifacts, and peak-grade divine artifacts were many. And these divine artifacts and divine arts were worthless to him, but to the Black Tortoise world, they were undoubtedly a treasure trove. Also, for example, the pill recipes you have, you can actually give them. Because this is your world, no matter what they obtain, they won't be a threat to you. And as long as you're willing, you can take them back immediately. Fire Lotus said. That makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded, pondering for a moment, then smiled. Those things are basically under your care. If you don't find it troublesome, I'll leave this matter to you. What's so troublesome about it? Not to mention, I have nothing better to do anyway. Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, then took off his own universe ring, taking out all the divine artifacts and divine arts, saying, these are also for you. For himself, he only kept the coiling dragon staff and azure phoenix sword. Fire Lotus said in surprise, you're not leaving the other two legendary divine artifacts? No need. The azure phoenix sword and coiling dragon staff are enough. The other two legendary divine artifacts and peak-grade divine artifacts will be given to the Black Tortoise world. But you can't give them to them directly. Qin Feiyang said. Then how? Fire Lotus was doubtful. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, don't our Black Tortoise world have 4 forbidden areas? Yes. The Devil's Land, the Nether Sea, the Soul-Sealing Valley, the Undead Mountain Range, and the desert in the depths of the Undead Mountain Range. Fire Lotus said. The Undead Mountain Range, the desert, the cedar in the Undead Mountain Range has already merged with me, and the undead in the desert have also been devoured by you. I think we should call them the Desert of Death from now on, Qin Feiyang said. Fire Lotus was surprised, then asked, you still can't forget about the cedar? How can it be so easy to forget? Qin Feiyang sighed. Fire Lotus's expression also showed a trace of disappointment. Forget it. Forget it. We can't let them get their hands on these divine artifacts and divine arts so easily. They have to rely on their own abilities and abilities. So, throw all these things to the 4 forbidden areas and let them find them themselves. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Fire Lotus nodded. Also, in the pill scripture, other than the Nirvana Divine Pill and Chaos Divine Pill recipes, make a copy of all the other recipes and throw them to the 4 forbidden areas. Qin Feiyang said again. Just as Fire Lotus said, he was the ruler of the Black Tortoise world, and even if the recipes were to spread in the Black Tortoise world, without his permission, no one would be able to spread them to the ancient world. And the little boy also said that. As the ruler of the Black Tortoise world, he had the duty and responsibility to nurture the living beings of the Black Tortoise world. In short, the stronger the living beings here, the stronger the Black Tortoise world would be. Then let's do this. Let's find a place and create something like a historical site, and put all the important divine artifacts, such as legendary divine artifacts, peak divine artifacts, and pill recipes inside. Then, like a miracle, it will open every few years. Fire Lotus thought and suggested. Qin Feiyang was slightly surprised, then nodded, that's a good idea. Fire Lotus smiled slightly. She was just suggesting. As for how to do it, it was up to Qin Feiyang. I think the location should be in the deepest part of the desert, and build a 100-story divine pagoda. Put a treasure in every floor of the divine pagoda. For example, a supreme-grade divine artifact, a perfect divine art, a pill recipe, or a precious medicinal ingredient. And legendary divine artifacts, peak divine artifacts, and potential pills, these pill recipes, are all placed above the 50th floor. And inside, set up various difficulties, such as fierce beasts, traps, mechanisms, and so on. The higher you go, the more difficult it will be. Qin Feiyang said. After Fire Lotus heard this, she pondered for a while and smiled. I basically know what to do. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, all right then, I'll go out first. As for the details, you can do as you see fit. Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang drank the last mouthful of tea, then got up and left the castle. After changing his appearance, he flew towards Black Rock City. Fire Lotus also got up and flew towards the Desert of Death. But the two of them didn't know that someone had been watching them the whole time. It was that little boy. He stood at the top of the clouds, his small face showing an unusual maturity and gratification. Finally, he's enlightened. It's all thanks to that woman called Fire Lotus, otherwise, who knows when he would have thought of these things. Do your best. The Black Tortoise world will change because of you. The future Black Tortoise world will definitely become a great world like the ancient world. Even surpassing the ancient world, the little boy chuckled and also hid in the sky, disappearing without a trace. Indeed. Qin Feiyang's decision was a great opportunity and fortune for the Black Tortoise world, and at the same time, an earth-shattering reform. Chapter 2388. Haishi City. 2 years ago was a very short time for Xiuzhe. Everyone still hadn't forgotten about the city lord being killed. Like the major restaurants. When everyone drank and chatted, they would mention these things. South City Gate. Pedestrians came and went in a hurry. An old man with mottled white hair walked towards the city gate unsteadily with a wooden cane in his hand. He looked like he would fall if the wind blew. The passers-by would avoid the old man when they saw him. It wasn't because the old man was strong, nor was it because the old man had a strong background. It was because the old man had a pungent smell on him, as if he hadn't bathed for decades. Therefore, everyone looked at him with disdain. So smelly. When the old man walked to the city gate, the 4 guards immediately pinched their noses. The disgust on their faces couldn't be concealed. Old man, you're at least a beginner war god. Don't you know how to clean yourself up and be more decent? Go, don't block the way. 2 years ago. The city lord's mansion had a big change, so the city gates were guarded very strictly. People who entered and left had to be checked by the Heaven's Eye Stone. But at this moment, facing the white-haired old man, the 4 guards didn't have the intention to check him. They only hoped that the old man could leave as soon as possible. The white-haired old man smiled faintly and took a step forward, trembling as he walked towards the city. He didn't care about the smell on his body at all. There are really all kinds of people in this world. He's obviously healthy, but he still stinks. I think there must be something wrong with his brain. The 4 guards shook their heads and continued to check the people who entered and left. What's that smell? So smelly. In the city. At this moment, scolding was everywhere. The crowd on the street looked at the white-haired old man and all avoided him. They were extremely disgusted. But no matter how they scolded him, the white-haired old man still maintained his smile. Old man, I beg you, quickly find a place to wash. To be honest, I really admire your courage. You dare to run out like this, aren't you afraid of being beaten up? A few young people shook their heads. You can't stand such a small matter. Young people, it's not good to be impatient. The white-haired old man chuckled. You're still taking advantage of me? You're a classic example of not being ashamed, but being proud of it. Taking advantage of your seniority. A few young men said angrily. Gentlemen, gentlemen, don't be impulsive. Look at his old arms and legs. If anything happens to him due to fright, he might blame it on you. Someone advised from the side. Hearing this, the young people immediately took a few steps back and looked at the white-haired old man warily. She couldn't be here to scam him, right? It was best to keep a respectful distance from such people. Regarding this, the white-haired old man merely chuckled and became extremely calm. He looked around at the crowd and asked, "Excuse me, how do I get to the treasure pavilion?" "Turn right up ahead, then turn left after 2 blocks. You'll reach the bow pavilion after 3 blocks. Someone said impatiently. "Thank you." The white-haired old man nodded his head and expressed his gratitude. Then, he strode towards the treasure pavilion, completely ignoring the disdainful gazes around him. Treasure pavilion. As the only major force in Divine Land apart from the dragons and the dragon-slaying palace, it naturally had its own strengths. Everyone in the treasure pavilion kept a low profile. They never caused trouble outside and never competed with the dragons for resources. Sometimes, they even took the initiative to give it to the dragons. The white-haired old man wandered all the way and finally arrived at the treasure pavilion. He stopped in front of the door. The magnificent building in front of him gave off a great sense of oppression. But it wasn't luxurious. It was even a little plain, but it didn't lose its grandeur. There was an endless stream of people shuttling back and forth. After all, the treasure pavilion was the only public trading place in Divine Land. Naturally, there was a lot of traffic. However, when the white-haired old man appeared in front of the door, everyone couldn't help but stop and look at the white-haired old man strangely. Who was that? This smell was too unbearable. Looking at him, he still wanted to enter the treasure pavilion. There were so many customers in the treasure pavilion. Weren't they here to cause trouble? "Old man, are you going to enter the treasure pavilion?" At the door, there were 2 receptionists. One of them walked to the white-haired old man with a suspicious look and asked, "Yes." The white-haired old man nodded. "Old man, your sweat stinks, why don't you go wash up first? There's a restaurant next door." The receptionist was very tactful and his attitude was very polite. This meant that the people in the treasure pavilion were indeed good. There seemed to be a trace of satisfaction in the white-haired old man's eyes. "Old man, don't blame me because your image will indeed affect the other customers. After all, this is a place to do business." The receptionist said again. "All right." The white-haired old man nodded. But just as the white-haired old man turned around, a young man in purple came with a group of guards. "Get out of the way, get out of the way. Young Master Wu is here." 2 servants ran to the front and shouted arrogantly at the crowd. Everyone's expression changed and hurriedly retreated to the side. "Young Master Wu." The white-haired old man looked at the young man in purple and the guards with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Weren't they the guards of the City Lord Mansion? Who was this young Master Wu? Was he also from the City Lord Mansion? What's that smell? The young man in purple walked over and frowned. He scanned the surroundings and soon locked his eyes on the white-haired old man. You. Get lost, don't affect my young master's mood." Seeing this, the 2 servants immediately walked toward the white-haired old man angrily. "The road belongs to everyone. The treasure pavilion doesn't belong to your family. What right do you have to tell me to get lost?" The white-haired old man said lightly. "Ouch. How dare you talk back? Let me tell you. Not to mention this road, now the entire Blackstone City belongs to my young master." The 2 servants sneered. "Old man, you should leave quickly. They can't afford to offend him." The receptionist saw that the situation was not good and secretly transmitted a message. "Why can't they? Is there no law in this world?" The white-haired old man said. "Old man, this should be your first time in Blackstone City. The Wu family is now the law of Blackstone City. Because the head of the Wu family is the current City Lord of Blackstone City. The person standing in front of you is the son of the head of the Wu family. Tell me, can you afford to offend him?" The receptionist secretly said. The head of the Wu family is the current city lord. The white-haired old man was stunned. The receptionist said, "Old man, go quickly, wash up and come back." The white-haired old man thought for a while, looked up at the purple-clothed young man, and turned to leave. "Stop." But at this time, the purple-clothed young man spoke. The white-haired old man was stunned and turned to look at the purple-clothed young man. "Talking back to this young master, and you want to leave without even an apology?" The purple-clothed young man had his hands behind his back, and his eyes looked insufferably arrogant. The white-haired old man laughed hoarsely. "What this old man said is the truth. What's wrong? Since there's nothing wrong, why should I apologize? You still dare to talk back to him? This old man, is he tired of living?" People muttered. The purple-clothed young man was not scary, because he had the cultivation of a great success war god. However, the forces behind him were terrifying. For example, his father was not only extremely strong, but after becoming the city lord, he had the support of dragons. Who could afford to offend him? Even the treasure pavilion had to be respectful. The purple-clothed young man was also a little stunned. Ever since his father ascended the throne of the city lord, no one dared to offend him like this. Suddenly, he felt that he couldn't keep his face. A trace of hostility flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "Kill him! Young Master Wu, please calm down. After all, this is in front of our treasure pavilion, please don't kill anyone." The receptionist hurriedly said, "What is the treasure pavilion? If this young master is unhappy, I will directly give the order to flatten your treasure pavilion." The purple-clothed young man had a look of disdain. Flatten the treasure pavilion? The receptionist was stunned, and his face suddenly became angry. Another receptionist also stepped forward and glared at the purple-clothed young man, saying, "Young Master Wu, don't go too far." Too far. The purple-clothed young man was stunned, turned his head to look at the guards beside him, and asked, "They said this young master went too far, did they?" "No, no. Now the entire Black Rock City is yours, young master. You can do whatever you want, who dares to say no?" The group of guards smiled flatteringly. "Did you hear that? The entire Black Rock City is mine, who do you think you are?" The purple-clothed young man looked at the two receptionists and smiled proudly. The two of them clenched their hands. Thinking back, before the head of the Wu family became the city lord, this person dared to be so arrogant in the treasure pavilion. Wonderful, wonderful. This old man has finally seen what it means to be a dog relying on its master's power. At this moment, the white-haired old man standing to the side laughed hoarsely. Everyone looked at the white-haired old man. They thought to themselves, how dare he speak up? He didn't even see young Master Wu and was already angry. Wasn't this asking for trouble? As expected, when the purple-clothed young man heard this, a fierce look appeared on his face. He stared at the white-haired old man and said coldly, "How dare you call this young master a dog? You really haven't died before. Immediately cut him into 8 pieces for this young master." The two guards immediately waved their spears and charged towards the white-haired old man. "Tell the truth. Calling you a dog is already praising you. You don't want to be a good person, but you want to be the claws of dragons." The white-haired old man smiled coldly, and a vast aura burst out of his body like a flood. "What? He's not the god of war." Everyone was shocked. The two receptionists also looked at the white-haired old man in surprise. The purple-clothed young man also had a shocked look on his face. The two guards immediately stopped and sized up the white-haired old man. "As long as they are the claws of dragons, I will kill them on sight." The white-haired old man took a step forward, and a strange invisible force surged forward like a tide. The two servants and the group of guards fell to the ground one after another, accompanied by miserable cries. There were no injuries on their bodies. It was as if they had suddenly died of exhaustion. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. How did this old man do it? Boom. At this moment, the white-haired old man's aura shot straight up to that of a great success divine lord. He's not the god of war. He's a great success divine lord. Everyone could not help but swallow their saliva. In fact, great success divine lords were not considered very strong in Blackrock City. However, The methods that the white-haired old man had displayed were unheard of. To be able to kill all the guards effortlessly without causing any injuries, this method was simply too terrifying. Chapter 2389. Whoosh. While everyone was still in shock, the white-haired old man had already walked up to the purple-clad young man. "What are you doing? How dare you kill me? My father won't let you off. The dragons won't let you off either." The purple-clad young man was terrified. He didn't expect the old man to be so bold. The white-haired old man turned a deaf ear to him. He raised his arm and grabbed the purple-clad young man's neck like an eagle's claw. "Let go of me." The purple-clad young man struggled and roared. He had never been so flustered before. It was as if a grim reaper was holding his neck, making it difficult for him to breathe. "Remember, the dragons won't be your protective talisman. Instead, they'll only bring you death." The white-haired old man smiled and clenched his fist. The purple-clad young man's neck was broken on the spot. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The head also fell to the ground with a thud. Following that, the white-haired old man stomped his foot again. The head fell to the ground and turned into a pile of meat on the spot. The soul was directly annihilated. He even killed young Master Wu. This is going to be big. The city lord won't let him off. The surrounding crowd was shocked to the extreme. He was so old, but his methods were so tyrannical. He was simply going to poke a hole in the sky. However, the white-haired old man was still indifferent. He nodded and smiled at the surrounding crowd, then turned around and walked into the treasure pavilion with his walking stick. The two receptionists looked at each other. One of them immediately chased after the old man and said, "Old man, you should leave." The people in the treasure pavilion had also seen the scene outside. Therefore, no one dared to despise or mock the white-haired old man anymore. Their faces were filled with fear. This was fear for the strong, but also fear for the white-haired old man's courage. The white-haired old man glanced at the counter and asked the receptionist, "Why do you want to leave? You killed young Master Wu. The city lord won't let you off. Although you're very strong, you're still far from the city lord's mansion." The receptionist was burning with anxiety. The white-haired old man chuckled. "You're not worried about me. You're worried that I'll implicate the treasure pavilion." The receptionist's expression froze. Yes. He was worried that the treasure pavilion would be implicated. Once the city lord arrived and saw the old man in the treasure pavilion, he would definitely vent his anger on them. However, this old man clearly had no intention of leaving. "Don't worry. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. I won't implicate your treasure pavilion. I came to the treasure pavilion to see if there are any pill furnaces. The treasure pavilion is a place to do business. We can't possibly drive our customers away." The white-haired old man smiled faintly. The receptionist smiled bitterly and asked, "Then what kind of pill furnace do you need?" The white-haired old man said, "The higher the level, the better. Our Blackrock City's treasure pavilion's best pill furnace is a middle-grade pill furnace, and the cheapest one is 100 billion deity crystals." The receptionist said. The white-haired old man said unhappily, "Are you afraid that I don't have the money to pay?" "I'm not afraid. Yes, we have to make it clear in advance so that the elderly can be mentally prepared." The receptionist said politely, "You're quite a smooth talker. Divine crystals are not a problem, but what this old man wants is a higher-grade pill furnace." The white-haired old man said. Since the old man wants to buy a pill furnace, he must be an alchemist. And as an alchemist, you should know how rare pill furnaces are. Even in our treasure pavilion, it's difficult to find a pill furnace in a year. As for higher-grade pill furnaces, the elderly man might have to go to bigger cities to buy them. The treasure pavilions in cities such as Shentian City and Myriad Cloud City should have high-grade and supreme-grade pill furnaces for sale. The receptionist said. "Shentian City, Myriad Cloud City," the white-haired old man muttered and asked, "Are they far from Blackrock City?" "Yes. Relatively speaking, the closest one is Myriad Cloud City," the receptionist said. The white-haired old man pondered for a while and said, "All right then, give me a middle-grade pill furnace first." "Okay. Please wait a moment, I'll go get it right away." The receptionist immediately turned and left. He was waiting for this. As long as he could send this old man away quickly, he would give it to him for free. Outside, more and more people began to gather around. And without exception, when they saw the corpses of the purple-clothed young man and the group of guards, they could not help but change their expressions. What's going on? A black-clothed young man in his 20s, who looked very ordinary, came out of the crowd and looked at the corpses on the ground with a rather shocked expression. But when he came back to his senses, a trace of excitement crept into his eyes. However, in the excitement, there seemed to be a trace of anger. "Big brother, how did he die?" The black-clothed young man turned to look at a middle-aged man next to him and asked. "He was killed by an old man." The middle-aged man said casually. "Old man?" A trace of suspicion flashed in the black-clothed young man's eyes as he looked at the guards again. Wait a minute. This was not right. Why were there no wounds on their bodies? Their divine senses were erased. It's really terrifying. They were all wearing high-grade armor, but this old man could actually ignore their defense and directly erase their divine souls. "I wonder how he did it," the middle-aged man exclaimed. Ignore defense and erase their divine souls. Hearing this, the black-clothed young man's eyes suddenly trembled as he asked, "Big brother, where is that old man?" "He entered the treasure pavilion." "What do you want to do?" "Let me tell you, this person even dared to kill young Master Wu, so he must have a background. Don't provoke him." The middle-aged man warned the black-clothed young man out of kindness. But the black-clothed young man did not listen at all and directly rushed into the treasure pavilion. Very soon, he found the white-haired old man. Although he had not seen the white-haired old man before, many people in the treasure pavilion were looking at the white-haired old man and whispering, so it was easy to distinguish him. The black-clothed young man did not rush over. He stood behind the crowd and sized up the white-haired old man with eyes full of surprise. As for the white-haired old man, he did not seem to notice the gazes and discussions around him at all as he looked at the things sold at the counter. Not long after, the receptionist hurried back and handed a Chenkuan bag to the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man's divine sense sank into it. Inside the Chenkuan bag, there was a pill furnace that was overflowing with treasure light. The white-haired old man then took out a Chenkuan bag and handed it to the receptionist. It was naturally filled with divine crystals. The receptionist did not even count and looked at the white-haired old man with a smile. "Old man, can we leave now? The dignified treasure pavilion only has this bit of courage." "How disappointing." The white-haired old man shook his head, put away the pill furnace, and turned to leave with his walking stick. Although the treasure pavilion treated people well, their fear of the dragons disappointed him greatly. Hearing this, the receptionist could not help but look a little displeased. "You are alone, of course you are not afraid of the dragons. But there are so many people in the treasure pavilion. If you want to survive in China, you have to bow to the dragons." There was no choice. After the white-haired old man walked out of the treasure pavilion, the black-clothed young man followed. He didn't leave Black Rock City immediately. Is he not afraid that the city lord will bring people to look for him? Is he really fearless or is he pretending to be calm? Looking at the white-haired old man wandering on the street, everyone's eyes were full of suspicion. Not long after, the white-haired old man entered an alley. The alley was full of twists and turns. After the white-haired old man turned a corner, the black-clothed young man also quickly rushed into the alley. At this moment, the white-haired old man walked out from behind the corner. The two immediately stood face to face. The black-clothed young man's face suddenly showed a trace of panic. The white-haired old man asked, "Why did you follow me?" I didn't. I just happened to be passing by this alley." The black-clothed young man shook his head in panic. "You have been following me since you came out of the treasure pavilion. Don't tell me that you just happened to be passing by these roads." The white-haired old man said. The black-clothed young man became more and more flustered. "Speak." The white-haired old man slammed the walking stick in his hand, and a great pressure rushed towards the black-clothed young man. "Senior, please calm down. I followed you because I have something to ask." The black-clothed young man hurriedly said. "What is it?" The white-haired old man withdrew his pressure and said. The black-clothed young man said, "Do you know a person called Gao Xiaosan?" Gao Xiaosan? The white-haired old man was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Who are you, and why are you asking about him?" The black-clothed young man looked excited and said, "Senior, you know Gao Xiaosan?" "Yes. He is my disciple." The white-haired old man nodded. "So the two of you are master and disciple. No wonder you both know how to ignore the opponent's defense and kill the soul directly." The black-clothed young man came to a realization. The white-haired old man said, "You haven't answered my question." The black-clothed young man bowed and said, "Senior, I am from Cloud Mountain Village. My name is Li Feng. I met Brother Gao 2 years ago." Li Feng? The white-haired old man was stunned and looked at the black-clothed young man. The black-clothed young man took a face-restoring pill and his appearance changed drastically. Who else could it be but Li Feng? The white-haired old man asked curiously, "I know a thing or two about Cloud Mountain Village. Why did you come all the way here?" Li Feng's eyes turned red. He clenched his fists and said, "I want to ask Brother Gao to avenge the villagers." "Avenge?" The white-haired old man frowned and said, "Avenge who?" "All the villagers. And Uncle Yuntai." Li Feng lowered his head, his eyes filled with tears. "What happened? When Gao Xiaosan left, didn't he already help you solve all your problems?" The white-haired old man raised his eyebrows. "At that time, Brother Gao did help us solve all our problems. We also thought that we would be able to live a peaceful life from now on. But the weather is unpredictable. At the end of the year when Brother Gao left, the people from the City Lord's mansion came and killed everyone in our village. They even took Xiao He away." Li Feng said with grief and indignation. "What?" The white-haired old man's body trembled. "I would have died at that time, but Uncle Yuntai used the villagers' corpses to bury me and let me crash to death. That was how I escaped." Li Feng wiped his tears as he said that. His face was filled with hatred. Chapter 2390. They're all dead. The white-haired old man muttered. He waved his hand and activated an altar. He looked at Li Feng and said, "To Cloud Mountain Village." "Okay." Li Feng nodded and quickly followed. After activating several altars, the white-haired old man and Li Feng finally arrived above Cloud Mountain Village. However, the originally quiet and peaceful Cloud Mountain Village, which was surrounded by clouds and mist like a paradise, had now become a ruin overgrown with weed. The white-haired old man took a step forward and landed somewhere. The ground here was dark red. It was stained with blood. The air seemed to be filled with the smell of blood. "It's all destroyed. Cloud Mountain Village no longer exists." Li Feng muttered. The white-haired old man asked, "Where are their corpses?" Li Feng said, "I buried everyone in the cemetery behind the mountain." "Bring me there." The white-haired old man said. "Yes." Li Feng nodded and flew to the back of the mountain. Soon, the two appeared above a valley. The valley covered an area of about half a mile. The ground was covered with a layer of green grass. There were birch trees on both sides swaying in the wind. Tombs were neatly arranged in the valley. Li He's tomb, Li Yun's tomb, Li Yi's tomb, Li Xiaojin's tomb, Li Yuntai's tomb. Looking at the names on the tombstones, the white-haired old man's eyes were filled with killing intent. He said to Li Feng without turning his head, "Tell me the details." On the second morning after the new year, the City Lord's mansion came to collect the soul stones. Uncle Yuntai had already prepared it and sent it to them immediately. But they said it wasn't enough. Li Feng said, "Not enough? Did Li Yuntai not prepare enough soul stones?" The white-haired old man frowned. "Of course. 10 soul stones for each head, not one less. We were also very puzzled at that time. In the end, they said that every village under the jurisdiction of Blackrock City would have to hand over 20 soul stones every year. It's only doubled. Of course we didn't agree. Aren't they bullying us?" But our resistance was meaningless. Instead, it aroused their murderous intent. Because the first village they came to was our Cloud Mountain Village. They wanted to make an example out of us so that the other villages would not dare to resist. So at that time, the leader gave the order to massacre the entire village. Li Feng clenched his fists and bit his lips as he said in a deep voice. She bit her lips so hard that they bled. His hands were also pierced by his nails. Drops of blood dripped down. Kill one to warn 100. The white-haired old man was furious. Li Feng said, ever since Cloud Mountain Village was massacred, the other villages didn't dare to resist. All of them obediently handed over their soul stones. The white-haired old man asked, who's the leader? Li Feng said with hatred, it's that young Master Wu who died in your hands not long ago. It's him. The white-haired old man was stunned. Yes. Later on, according to my inquiries, his father, Wu Dorwu, is the new city lord. Moreover, it was his father's order to double the soul stones. I want revenge. But my strength is too weak. So I thought of Big Brother Gao and hid in Blackrock City. Because I heard that Big Brother Gao appeared in Blackrock City and even killed the former city lord. So I thought that he would definitely appear again. Heaven rewards those who persevere. Today, I finally found him. Senior. Li Feng suddenly knelt in the void, looked at the white-haired old man, and said, please, let Big Brother Gao help me. As long as you can kill these beasts and save Xiao He, I'm willing to be your slave for the rest of my life. Sigh. The white-haired old man sighed, took out an illusory pill, and changed back to Jiao Xiaosan's appearance, then turned to look at Li Feng. Big Brother Jiao? Li Feng was immediately stunned. It's me. That's right. This person was Qin Feiyang. The reason why he pretended to be a smelly old man was that he wanted to test the attitude and position of the treasure pavilion. Their attitude was very good. But their position was a little dissatisfied. As for young Master Wu, that was purely courting death. However, the appearance of young Master Wu also made the position of the treasure pavilion clearer. In the future, he couldn't have a deep relationship with the people of the treasure pavilion. Is it really you? Li Feng's trembling hand grabbed Qin Feiyang. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's great. I've finally found you. Li Feng immediately burst into tears, venting the pain he had suffered in the past 2 years. Qin Feiyang patted his shoulder, feeling a little sad. When he left, Cloud Mountain Village was still fine. In order to protect Cloud Mountain Village, he even went to kill the City Lord and the City Lord's guards. But he didn't expect that Cloud Mountain Village still couldn't escape. And Li Feng, as an inexperienced and fragile person, would definitely break down in the face of such a sudden disaster. It was already very difficult for him to tenaciously hold on until now. After a while, when Li Feng's emotions calmed down, Qin Feiyang asked, is Xiao He still alive? I don't know. Although I've been lurking in Black Rock City for so long and have been trying to find out about Xiao He's news, I'm not capable enough. Li Feng shook his head, his face full of self-blame. Enough. As a man, what's the point of crying? Qin Feiyang shouted. Li Feng's body trembled, he quickly suppressed the grief in his heart, stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang opened an altar and said, let's go, I'll take you to take revenge. All right. Li Feng nodded. Black Rock City. At this moment, it was still a mess. The guards of the City Lord's mansion almost came out in full force and sealed off the entire city. They were naturally looking for Qin Feiyang. City Lord's mansion. In a large hall. In the middle, there were corpses. The leading corpse was the purple-clothed young man. Above, a middle-aged man sat on a throne, looking at the purple-clothed young man, his hands tightly gripping the armrests on both sides. This person was the current City Lord, the head of the Wu family, Wu Dorwu. Crack. In the end. He clenched his hands and the armrests on both sides of the throne shattered on the spot. Then, he looked at the 2 guards standing on both sides of the hall and shouted, go and invite Lord Longqi here. Yes. The 2 black-armored guards responded and immediately ran out of the hall. About 100 breaths passed. A black-clothed old man suddenly appeared in the hall. The 2 guards also ran in after him. What's going on? Looking at the corpses all over the floor, the black-clothed old man frowned. Wu Dorwu immediately ran in front of the black-clothed old man and shouted, Lord, you have to uphold justice for me. Don't worry. Since you've followed me, I definitely won't sit back and do nothing. What's going on? The black-clothed old man said. Wu Dorwu looked at the 2 guards and said, tell me, Lord Longqi, it's like this. The two guards immediately told him everything in detail. Although they weren't present at that time, many people saw it, so they knew after checking. White-haired old man. Smelly. Great success, Sir God. The black-clothed old man pondered for a while and said, I've never heard of such a person. Did your son offend anyone? If you want to talk about offending people, there are definitely many. Because he was the one who brought people to collect soul stones for the past 2 years. I also heard that in order to make an example, he even ordered a massacre of a village. But all of this was for you, Lord. Look, we didn't take any of the soul stones collected for the past 2 years. We gave them all to you. Wu Dorwu said. The black-clothed old man raised his eyebrows and said, I know. I don't need you to deliberately remind me. Wu Dorwu shrank his neck and didn't dare to speak again. The black-clothed old man asked, What do you want to do? Wu Dorwu said, That old thing must be killed, but the treasure pavilion can't escape the blame. The black-clothed old man was slightly stunned and frowned. Is this related to the treasure pavilion? He died in their treasure pavilion. Of course, it's related. We'll talk about it later. The people of the treasure pavilion clearly know that he's my son and that we have you as our backer, but they let that old thing leave. Isn't this showing that they look down on you? Wu Dorwu said angrily. Indeed. If the treasure pavilion really respects me, then they should take that person down and wait for us to go over. The black-clothed old man nodded. Isn't that right? And I also heard that they sold that old thing a pill furnace. Lord, you were sent by the dragons to oversee Blackstone City. You're of noble stature. How dare the treasure pavilion ignore your existence? They're simply looking down on you and the dragons. They must be punished. Wu Dorwu roared with righteous indignation. In fact, he had long been prejudiced against the treasure pavilion. Because before he became the city lord, he was only the head of the Wu family. His status was not as high as it was now. Naturally, the treasure pavilion would not be afraid of him and would definitely not give him face. Over time, he harbored resentment in his heart. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to use the dragon's hand to deal with the treasure pavilion. Alright, let's go to the treasure pavilion now. The old man in black pondered for a while before a cold light flashed in his eyes and he shouted. Boom. At this moment. Outside. A terrifying divine power emerged. Immediately after, pieces of rust fell from the sky and instantly enveloped the entire main hall. What's going on? The old man in black, Wu Dorwu, and the two guards in the main hall had a trace of surprise on their faces. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the pieces of rust actually formed a barrier that enveloped the main hall. What is this thing? The two guards stepped forward and curiously stretched out their hands to touch the rust. Immediately, a terrifying destructive force surged out. The two of them screamed as their physical bodies were instantly torn apart and they died on the spot. This, Wu Dorwu's face was filled with horror. What the hell was this? It was actually so terrifying. The old man in black's pupils suddenly constricted as he looked at the rust outside the door and muttered, It seems a little familiar. Suddenly, the image of a rusty axe appeared in his mind. It's him. And him. Then, the old man in black looked as if he had seen a ghost. His body trembled violently and his face was deathly pale. Chapter 2391. Who? Wu Dorwu was bewildered. What kind of existence had descended that even the old man in black was so afraid? Quickly think of a way to escape. The old man in black did not explain and roared. Boom. Divine power rolled out like a torrent, bombarding the enchantment. However, divine power bombarded the enchantment, but there was not the slightest ripple. Must be quick. The old man in black roared. With a clang, a long saber appeared. It was a peak-level divine artifact. Seeing this, Wu Dorwu also immediately took out his divine artifact. When the divine artifact recovered, the two of them frantically bombarded the enchantment. Clang! The divine artifact collided with the rust, and suddenly burst out a dazzling flame. The main hall was shattered on the spot. Crack! Following closely, under Wu Dorwu's horrified gaze, two pieces of rust flew out, invincible. Their two divine artifacts were also torn apart. How is this possible? A mere piece of rust actually has such terrifying power. This scene made Wu Dowu extremely incredulous. The old man in black slowly collapsed, his eyes trembling, falling into deep despair. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the enchantment. Wu Dowu's eyes lit up, and shouted, "Lord, look, there's a crack." The old man in black was also shocked, and immediately shouted, "Let's go, go." A cold voice suddenly sounded. The voice fell. Outside the enchantment, two figures appeared. It was Qin Feiyang, Li Feng, and Fu Tu. "It's you." Wu Dowu's eyes widened. Wasn't this the person who killed the previous city lord? Qin Feiyang took Li Feng and Fu Tu, stepped across the crack, and stood opposite the two. The crack on the enchantment also quickly healed. "It's over. It's really over this time." The old man in black once again collapsed on the ground, his old face without a trace of blood. "What do you want to do? Do you know who is next to me? He is the messenger sent by the dragons to guard the Black Rock City. If you dare to attack him, you will offend the dragons. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and beg for mercy. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Wu Dowu, who did not know Qin Feiyang's identity, shouted sternly. "Kneel and beg for mercy?" Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them with a playful smile. However, when Li Feng heard that the black-clothed old man was actually the messenger of the dragons, he immediately panicked. Dragons were supreme existences. Apart from the Dragon Slayer Palace, who would dare to challenge the Dragon Clan? "Did you hear that? Kneel." Wu Dowu shouted. "Shut up." The black-clothed old man abruptly stood up and sent out a slap. Wu Dowu was immediately sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground. He looked at the old man in black with a puzzled expression. "Why did he hit him? You know nothing." The black-clothed old man cursed angrily. He quickly turned to Qin Feiyang and said with a flattering smile, "Brother Qin, this man has eyes but can't see. He didn't recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive him. So humble. Is he a big shot of the dragons?" Wu Dowu was surprised and quickly got up. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Sir, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Please forgive me." Qin Feiyang chuckled. Then, he sat down on a chair at the side. "Who on earth is Brother Gao? Even the dragons are so afraid of him. Also, isn't Brother Gao's surname Gao? Why did this old man call him Brother Qin?" Li Feng thought to himself. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was silent, the black-clothed old man felt even more uneasy. He smiled and said, "Brother Qin, just take whatever you want. Don't be. No, don't be polite with me." He was no longer arrogant. His arrogance was gone. He was like an obedient pug. If your patriarch, ancestral dragon, and venerable dragon saw your humble attitude, I'm afraid they would die of anger. Qin Feiyang looked at him mockingly. The black-clothed old man's body stiffened and said with a smile, "They aren't here." "Ha ha." Qin Feiyang laughed loudly. He looked at the two of them and asked, "Where were you planning to go?" The black-clothed old man said, "Wu Dowu's son was killed, so we were going to find the real murderer." Qin Feiyang said, "Then do you know that I was the one who killed his son?" "What?" The black-clothed old man's eyes trembled. Why was it this fierce man again? Wu Dowu's expression was also stunned. It was this person in front of him who killed his son. Not only that, but he even came to their city lord's mansion openly. How much did he look down on them? "Wu Dowu, not only did I kill your son, I also killed your brother," Qin Feiyang said. "What?" Wu Dowu's body and mind trembled. "Do you know why I killed them? Because they deserved to be killed." "Of course. And you too," Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Wu Dowu clenched his hands tightly, his eyes full of hostility. Seeing that the situation was not good, the black-clothed old man hurriedly transmitted his voice. "Wu Dowu, you better be honest with me, don't mess around." Wu Dowu turned a deaf ear, and a burst of anger and killing intent surged out uncontrollably in his heart. His son and brother were the people he cared about the most. And now, the enemy was right in front of him. Anyone with some courage would not be able to endure it. Wu Dorwu, it doesn't matter if you want to die, but don't implicate me. Do you know who he is? The black-clothed old man hurriedly said. I don't care who he is. A life for a life. Moreover, I don't believe that he really dares to go against the dragons. Wu Dorwu roared, his eyes red, like a beast, pouncing towards Qin Feiyang. Brother Jiao, be careful. Li Feng hurriedly reminded. Qin Feiyang just smiled faintly. Boom. Seeing that Wu Dorwu was about to pounce in front of Qin Feiyang, the black-clothed old man suddenly stood up and slapped Wu Dorwu's back. Puff. Wu Dorwu immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The black-clothed old man stepped on Wu Dorwu again and looked at Qin Feiyang flatteringly, saying, Brother Qin, I have already subdued him. You can do whatever you want with him. Qin Feiyang chuckled and lowered his head to look at the struggling Wu Dorwu, saying, Did you see that? Your so-called backer directly turned to me. Lord Longqi, what is going on? You are the dragons. Why are you afraid of a human? And he is only a great success, Divine Lord. Wu Dorwu roared hysterically. Shut up, I beg you, shut up, okay? Do you know who he is? His name is Qin Feiyang. He is the descendant of Qin Batian. Even the ancestral dragons were seriously injured by him and are still recuperating in the clan's land. Even Lord Longzun couldn't take him down personally several times. Do you think that with our little strength, we are his match? Don't you know what level of divine weapon the axe beside him is? That is a heaven-defying divine weapon. The black-clothed old man secretly shouted. A heaven-defying divine weapon. The descendant of Qin Batian. Wu Dorwu looked at Qin Feiyang with his mouth agape. He never thought that this person's background would be so great. Not to mention anything else, the identity of the descendant of Qin Batian was enough to make people tremble in fear. Unknowingly, he had offended such a terrifying person. Heavens! Isn't this a joke? He couldn't help but wail in his heart. The black-clothed old man looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Brother Qin, as long as you say the word, you don't have to do it yourself. I will help you destroy him. Don't kill me, young Master Qin, please give me a way out. I will be your slave. Wu Dorwu's body trembled as he hurriedly cried out. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wu Dorwu, then looked at the black-clothed old man and said, Why did you let him be the city lord of Black Rock City? The black-clothed old man said, He took the initiative to propose it. Qin Feiyang said, If he didn't give you enough benefits, would you agree to let him be the city lord? The black-clothed old man stammered. Young Master Qin, I gave him a lot of benefits, such as soul stones, divine crystals, medicinal herbs. And the taxes of the various villages, he also asked for it to be doubled. Wu Dorwu hurriedly said. Nonsense. Wasn't it your suggestion to increase taxes? The black-clothed old man said angrily. I just casually said it, and you actually want to implement it. You are a vampire that can't be fed. In these 2 years, the area under our Black Rock City has been filled with resentment because of you. Wu Dorwu shouted. Bastard, I will kill you. The black-clothed old man was furious. Wu Dorwu roared, Even if you kill me, you can't hide your greedy heart. The black-clothed old man clenched his hands tightly. If it wasn't for Qin Feiyang beside him, he would really kill Wu Dorwu. Qin Feiyang didn't interrupt. This dog-eat-dog scene was really not bad, and it was worth admiring. Wu Dorwu looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Young Master Qin, don't be fooled by him. This has nothing to do with me. He is the one instigating it from behind. It's not like that. It's him, this damn thing. As soon as he sat on the city lord's position, he crazily oppressed the people. The black-clothed old man also hurriedly said. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, glanced at Li Feng, and said, See, this is the ugly side of human nature. Li Feng nodded, looking at Wu Dorwu and Li Feng, his eyes were full of contempt. Qin Feiyang pointed at Li Feng, looked at the two, and said, Do you know who he is? The two looked at Li Feng for a while and shook their heads at the same time. He is a survivor of Cloud Mountain Village. Do you know why I wanted to kill the previous city lord? Because I want to protect Cloud Mountain Village. Now you should understand why I came to find you, right? Qin Feiyang said lightly. Putong. When the black-clothed old man heard this, he immediately knelt on the ground, and said, "It really has nothing to do with me, it was all done by Wu Dorwu and his son, bastard. If it wasn't for your order, would we dare to do this? The soul stones collected in these 2 years have all entered your pocket, and you still have the nerve to push the responsibility to me." Wu Dorwu roared. "Shut up." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The two quivered, looked at Qin Feiyang, and were incomparably terrified. "What kind of trash are you? I know in my heart. From now on, if I don't ask you to speak, you will shut up. If you dare to be noisy again, I will make you unable to speak forever." Qin Feiyang coldly shouted. "Yes, yes, yes." The two nodded repeatedly. Chapter 2392. Qin Feiyang looked at Wu Dorwu and said, "Back then, when your son ordered the massacre of Cloud Mountain Village, he brought back a woman. Where is she now?" "Woman?" Wu Dorwu was stunned. In the past 2 years, his son had brought back many women. But in his opinion, these were all small matters, so he did not ask. However, there were some that he still had some impression of. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and his shadow condensed. Wu Dorwu looked at it carefully for a moment, and his pupils suddenly shrank, but he quickly regained his calmness. Looking at Qin Feiyang, he shook his head and said, "I have no impression." Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold, and said, "You really don't have any impression, or you don't dare to say it." "I really don't." "You have to believe me," Wu Dorwu said. "You are the city lord. Xiao He came to the city lord's mansion. I don't believe that you haven't seen her. Tell me, where is Xiao He?" Li Feng angrily rushed to Wu Dorwu, grabbed Wu Dorwu's clothes, and roared. "Little brother, I really don't know. All these years, I don't know how many my unfilial son has brought back." Wu Dorwu said anxiously. "I don't believe you. You must be lying." Li Feng growled, suddenly took out a dagger, and placed it on Wu Dorwu's neck, and said, "If you don't tell the truth, I will cut off your head. Little brother, don't be rash. Let me think about it." Wu Dorwu's face paled slightly, and hurriedly said. Then, he lowered his head and muttered to himself. But suddenly, he raised his arm like lightning, grabbed Li Feng's neck with one hand, and dodged the dagger in Li Feng's hand with the other. Li Feng immediately panicked. "Little bastard, you dare to threaten me?" Wu Dorwu smiled sinisterly, and immediately placed the dagger on Li Feng's neck, staring at Qin Feiyang, and shouted, "Immediately tell that artifact to disperse the enchantment." The old man in black also stood up and stood beside Wu Dorwu, looking at Qin Feiyang with a sneer. "Big brother Gao," Li Feng looked at Qin Feiyang in panic. This was something he did not expect at all. It was also because he was inexperienced. For experts like the black-robed old man and Wu Dorwu, subduing a small war god was as easy as flipping their hands. Anyone with a bit of experience wouldn't dare to get close to them. The old man in black sneered, "Qin Feiyang, did you hear that? Release the barrier and let us go, or we will kill him." Qin Feiyang looked at Li Feng, then looked at the black-clothed old man and Wu Dorwu, remaining silent. "You're not afraid? All right. I'll kill him right now." Wu Dorwu smiled sinisterly. He exerted a little force with the dagger in his hand, and a wound immediately appeared on Li Feng's neck. Blood flowed out. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "You should know that if you kill him, you will die too. Since there's someone to take the fall for me, it doesn't matter." Wu Dorwu said. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said, "Now tell me, where is Li He?" Wu Dorwu said, "I'm not afraid to tell you now. She died a long time ago." "What?" Li Feng was dumbfounded. "Back then, when my son brought her back, he wanted to train her into a female slave. But she was very disobedient. In the end, she angered my son, so he chopped off her head. Her corpse was dragged to feed the dogs." Wu Dorwu sneered. "Xiao He is dead." Li Feng's face was pale. Why did he lurk in Black Rock City for so long? Wasn't it to save Xiao He? But now, he received news of her death. In the entire Cloud Mountain village, there were more than 2,000 families, a total of 10,000 people, and now he was the only one left? Xiao He, why? Why was the heavens so cruel? Such a kind and lovely group of people, why did they have to suffer such unfair treatment? Animals, they were all animals. You bastards, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Li Feng roared, and a destructive aura suddenly rushed out of his body. Self-destruction. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed and nodded to the axe next to him. The axe shook, and a mighty pressure instantly shrouded the entire barrier. Whether it was the old man in black or Wu Dowu, they were all imprisoned on the spot. Li Feng's self-destruction was also forcefully stopped. Qin Feiyang walked forward and pushed away the dagger in Wu Dowu's hand. He looked at Li Feng and said, "Life is full of disasters, seeking death is not the solution." "Brother Gao, Li Feng looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes were full of despair. "I don't know how to comfort you. But I believe that Li He, Li Yuntai, and the villagers of Cloud Mountain Village all hope that you can live well. And now, you are the only person in Cloud Mountain Village who is still alive. The continuation of Cloud Mountain Village depends on you," Qin Feiyang said. Li Feng's eyes trembled, and he nodded. "Yes, I have to live strong. I want to continue the legacy of Cloud Mountain Village. I want to kill all the dragons, these animals. If it weren't for the dragons supporting Wu Dowu and his son, would the father and son be so unscrupulous and run amok? All of this was the fault of the dragons. The hatred and murderous intent in his heart was unprecedentedly strong. Then let's start with the first step. Kill them first, then slowly deal with the dragons." Qin Feiyang smiled. Li Feng suddenly turned around and stared at Wu Dowu and the old man in black, his eyes emitting a bloodthirsty light. At this moment, he was completely different from before. His entire body was emitting a terrifying aura. Wu Dowu and the old man saw this and panicked. But they were imprisoned by the pressure of the axe, they couldn't even move a finger. They could only watch as the Grim Reaper came. "Don't worry. I will take good care of you, I won't let you die so easily." Li Feng snatched the dagger from Wu Dowu's hand, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. He turned around and transmitted his voice, "Hu Lian, help me prepare some medicinal pills." "What pills?" Fire Lotus's voice rang out. "Pills to open the door of potential, as well as pills to increase cultivation, one each," Qin Feiyang said. "Got it." Fire Lotus replied. "Are you ready?" "I'm starting." Li Feng's sinister laughter sounded behind him. Following closely. One after another, mournful screams rang out within the enchantment, incessantly ringing in the ears. Qin Feiyang didn't look. Because he could imagine that it would definitely be an extremely bloody scene. And this matter would also completely change Li Feng. For Li Feng, this change was both a good and a bad thing. Good, he had seen the cruelty of the world and the ugliness of human nature, which would be helpful for his future growth. Bad, if his willpower wasn't firm enough, he might be swayed by hatred and become a bloodthirsty devil. However, this was Li Feng's own matter, he had no right to interfere. The only thing he could do was to give Li Feng some good fortune out of sympathy. After half an hour, the screams of the old man in black and Wu Dowu finally came to an end. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look. Where was there anyone else? Only flesh and blood and dragon meat were left on the ground. The dragon meat naturally belonged to the old man in black. After his death, he would automatically return to his divine dragon body. The bloody scene made people not dare to look straight at it. Chapter 2393. Li Feng's entire body was also covered in blood. But he was not afraid at all. Instead, he was very happy. The bloodthirsty light in his eyes became more and more intense. "Brother Gao, thank you for giving me the chance to take revenge." Li Feng let out a long breath, knelt in front of Qin Feiyang, and said with great respect, "Get up." Qin Feiyang smiled. Li Feng stood up. Although the anger in his heart had subsided, the murderous aura on his body did not dissipate. His eyes seemed to be dyed red with blood, causing people to shudder in fear. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, "Do you want to follow me?" If this sentence was heard by people familiar with Qin Feiyang, they would definitely find it unbelievable. Because it was usually others who took the initiative to beg to follow him. However, in the face of Qin Feiyang's invitation, Li Feng did not even think about it and shook his head. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was rejected. The artifact spirit was also a little stunned and said, "You are the first person to reject him." "No. He is the second. The first is Gongsun Bei." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He had always felt regretful about Gongsun Bei. "It's not that I don't want to, but I know that Brother Gao is a person who will do great things. I can't be a burden to you. If one day I can catch up to Big Brother Gao, then I will definitely go find you and lend you a helping hand," Li Feng said solemnly. Qin Feiyang smiled and did not force him. He said, "Wait for me first." Then, he entered the castle. Fire Lotus was standing in the hall. When she saw Qin Feiyang appear, she handed Qin Feiyang a jade box. Qin Feiyang opened the jade box and looked at it. Then, he entered the cultivation room and took out the second-grade divine-level pill furnace he bought from the treasure pavilion and started refining pills. A moment later, a Nirvana divine pill and a Chaos divine pill were out. "Qin Dage, you are taking care of him. Aren't you afraid that he is a white-eyed wolf?" Fire Lotus said jokingly. "I believe in my eyesight. Time will prove everything." Qin Feiyang smiled and put the Nirvana divine pill and Chaos divine pill into the jade box. Then, he left the castle with the jade box and handed it to Li Feng. "What is it?" Li Feng took the jade box and looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang. "Silly boy, of course it's good stuff. Others can't even ask for it," the artifact spirit jokingly scolded. "Really?" Li Feng hurriedly opened the Chenkuan pouch. Shockingly, there were over a dozen medicinal pills inside. He had never seen any of these pills before. These 3 pills are potential pills. They can help you become a martial artist, martial master, and martial ancestor. These are potential pills. This is the small creation pill. This is the great creation pill. And these are 4 symbols: infinite divine pill, dragon soul primordial divine pill, nirvana divine pill, chaos divine pill. After Qin Feiyang explained them one by one, Li Feng realized the importance of these pills. If any of these pills were taken out, there was no doubt that it would lead to a bloodbath. He did not expect Qin Feiyang would give him such a big gift. "Brother Gao, thank you. You are my second parent. I swear that I will make you my goal in the future. I will work hard and not let you down." Li Feng knelt on the ground again. His blood-stained face was full of gratitude. "Second parent. I don't have that qualification. I am not qualified to be your goal. There is still a long way to go. Let's work hard together." Qin Feiyang smiled. Li Feng nodded heavily. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Fu Tu. With a thought from the axe, the enchantment formed by the rust collapsed with a loud bang. Outside, there were hundreds of people gathered. They were the guards and servants of the city governor's mansion. Each of them held a weapon and looked coldly at Qin Feiyang and Fu Tu. "Where is the city governor? Where is Lord Longqi? What did you do to them?" A black-clothed elder with a gloomy face stood out and shouted at Qin Feiyang and Fu Tu. He was the housekeeper of the Wu family and was now the housekeeper of the city governor's mansion. He had the cultivation of a perfect Sir God. Qin Feiyang pointed at the pile of flesh behind him and said, "Are you talking about them?" "What?" The black-clothed elder's expression changed. The other guards and servants could not help but feel a chill down their spines. Qin Feiyang didn't pay any more attention to them and opened a teleportation altar. "Stop. After killing the city governor and Lord Longqi, you want to leave just like that?" The black-clothed elder shouted. "What else do you want? Massacre the city governor's mansion?" Qin Feiyang jumped onto the altar and looked down at the black-clothed elder with his hands behind his back. The black-clothed elder's pupils shrank. The others could not help but start to retreat. "So domineering," Li Feng muttered as he looked at Qin Feiyang's back. His eyes were burning with passion. That was worship and respect. "Take care of yourself," Qin Feiyang said lightly, and the teleportation altar quickly recovered. Very soon, Qin Feiyang and Fu Tu disappeared without a trace. Of course, they had to leave. Because of the fate contract, Longqi's death might have alarmed the dragons. If they did not leave now, when the dragons came, they would not be able to leave. As expected, Not long after Qin Feiyang left, a middle-aged man in black appeared in the sky above the city governor's mansion. The man was 7 feet tall and his eyes were like torches. He wore a black crown on his head. He was like a king who had descended and exuded a terrifying oppression. "Who is it?" The people from the city governor's mansion pointed their weapons at the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man's face was filled with contempt. He ignored them and scanned the ground. When he saw Long Qi's corpse, his face suddenly sank. "How did he die?" The black-clothed man stepped down and looked at the black-clothed elder's group as he asked, "Who exactly are you?" The black-clothed elder asked with a trembling voice. This man's oppression was even stronger than the previous man. The black-clothed man said word by word, "I am the clan leader of the Black Dragon clan." The clan leader of the Black Dragons? Everyone looked at each other. This was a legendary peerless figure. "Greetings, sir." The next moment, everyone knelt on the ground in unison. The black-clothed man shouted, "Answer me, how did he die?" The butler waved his hand and Qin Feiyang, Li Feng, and Fu Chu's shadow appeared. He said, "They killed the city governor and Lord Long Qi." The black-clothed man glanced at Qin Feiyang and Li Feng and locked his gaze on Fu Chu. He immediately had an answer in his heart. The black-clothed man turned and looked at the butler. He asked, "Who are you?" The butler hurriedly said, "Sir, I am the butler of the city governor's mansion." "Good. Immediately give the order to search the area around Black Rock City. No matter what, we must find these 2 people. In addition, after I return, I will immediately send other messengers to guard Black Rock City. In the future, you will listen to his orders." The black-clothed man said expressionlessly, "Yes." The butler nodded respectfully. "Qin Feiyang, you really know how to jump around." The black-clothed man secretly snorted and opened an altar and left quickly. The butler immediately ordered the guards behind him to search for Qin Feiyang. Chapter 2394. Cloud Mountain Village. Back Mountain, Graveyard. Li Feng stood in front of Li Yuntai's grave and murmured, "Uncle Yuntai, I'm sorry, I couldn't protect Xiao He." His face was full of self-blame and pain. Qin Feiyang stood aside, silent. As for Fu Tu, he had returned to the castle. "But, although I couldn't save Xiao He, with the help of brother Gao, I have avenged the villagers. Uncle Yuntai, you can rest in peace in the underworld. But, now I'm the only one left in Cloud Mountain Village. I'm so lonely. I miss you so much." This was a very desolate scene. Li Feng was like a helpless teenager, slowly squatting in front of the grave and crying bitterly. Qin Feiyang didn't say a word from beginning to end. For someone like Li Feng who had never experienced wind and rain, such a blow was devastating to him. Although time could fade memories, the trauma in his heart could never be healed. For this kind of trauma, it was useless to be comforted by others. He could only rely on himself to stand up and walk out of the sorrow. No one knew how long had passed. Boom. Suddenly, 3 auras descended above Cloud Mountain Village. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look above the village and frowned slightly. Cloud Mountain Village had been destroyed. Why would anyone come? And these 3 auras weren't weak. One of them was a great perfection Sir God. The other 2 auras were also great perfection Sir God. Boom. Following closely, a divine thought emerged, with the village as the center, rolling in all directions. What's going on? Qin Feiyang frowned more and more. He actually released his divine thought, looking for something. Could it be someone from the City Lord Mansion? Cloud Mountain Village had long been in ruins. No one would come here to look for something. Glancing at Li Feng, there was no reaction. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and appeared above the village in a few breaths. Immediately, he saw 3 figures standing above the village. The leader was a black-robed old man with the cultivation of a great perfection Sir God. It was he who released his divine thought. It's him. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This person was the housekeeper he met in the City Lord Mansion. The other 2 were the guards of the City Lord Mansion. At the same time, the black-robed old man's divine sense also detected Qin Feiyang. He turned around and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "How did you know we were here?" Qin Feiyang walked towards the 3 of them step by step, his body emitting a trace of killing intent. It's not hard to guess. Because he has taken his revenge, Li Feng will definitely return to Yunshan village to offer sacrifices. The black-robed old man said. Smart. There was a hint of appreciation in Qin Feiyang's eyes. You flatter me. The black-clothed old man sneered. Qin Feiyang continued, however, you are also very stupid. Even Wu Dorwu and Long Qi are no match for me, let alone you. Butler, let's retreat first. This person is not someone we can deal with. The two guards looked at Qin Feiyang in horror and said, yes. The black-robed old man nodded. One of the guards immediately activated a teleportation altar. The two of them immediately turned around and jumped towards the altar. You want to leave? Qin Feiyang shook his head and sneered. He was about to make a move. But at this moment, the black-robed old man suddenly turned around and raised his hands. Divine force surged and rushed towards the two guards. Ah! Accompanied by two blood-curdling screams, the two guards died before they could figure out what was going on. Ah! Qin Feiyang was also shocked. Killing each other? What was going on? The black-clothed old man coldly swept a glance at the corpses of the two bodyguards, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He abruptly knelt in the air, and respectfully said, Subordinate Fan Yunzhong greets young lord. This, Qin Feiyang was even more confused. Subordinate? Young lord? What did this mean? Did you get the wrong person? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Fan Yunzhong said respectfully, yes, because you are Qin Feiyang. You know my identity. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The black-robed old man looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Young lord, I'm actually from the dragon-slaying palace. Dragon-slaying palace? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Wasn't this the force created by the ancestors in the Divine Land? This man was actually from the dragon-slaying palace. Young lord, Fan Yunzhong was about to say something. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said, Wait a minute. What does young lord mean? Long before you entered the Divine Land, Emperor Qin had already made you one of the young lords of the dragon-slaying palace. And young lord status in the dragon-slaying palace is second only to the 4 emperors. Even the 8 supreme divine emperors and 108 divine generals of the dragon-slaying palace have to be respectful to young lord. Fan Yunzhong said. So awesome. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Unknowingly, he had become such an important person. Wait a minute. Why didn't they ask for his opinion on such an important matter? Did he agree to be the young lord? Besides, he didn't even know where the dragon-slaying palace was, let alone know anything about it. Young lord, I know you must have a lot of questions now, but I'm sorry, I can't tell you. Now, this is the divine general's order. Before completing the task, I can't reveal anything to you. Fan Yunzhong said respectfully. Divine general? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The divine general has been secretly watching you, but he can't say or see you. Fan Yunzhong shook his head. You're sneaking around. Qin Feiyang snorted and asked, What task? Also, why should I believe you? He knew nothing about the dragon-slaying palace. He didn't know if there was such a person at all. What if he was a pawn of the dragons? I guessed that young lord would have doubts. Fan Yunzhong smiled, took out a token from his arms, and handed it to Qin Feiyang respectfully. Young lord, please take a look. Qin Feiyang took the token. The token was the size of a baby's palm, pure white, with an azure dragon engraved on the front. There was a sword on the azure dragon's head, and a name on the back. It was Fan Yunzhang's name. What does this mean? Qin Feiyang looked at the pattern and asked suspiciously. Fan Yunzhong said, This is the pattern of the dragon-slaying palace. This token is also the identity token of the dragon-slaying palace. The pattern of the dragon-slaying palace, Qin Feiyang muttered and frowned. I've never seen the identity token of the dragon-slaying palace before. How do I know if this thing is real or fake? As the divine general said, young lord is a very cautious and meticulous person. Fan Yunzhong laughed. Qin Feiyang said, I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Please take out something that can convince me. Then, young lord, do you believe in this thing? Fan Yunzhong took out a jade pendant and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Twin dragon pendant. Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. This is the other half of the twin dragon pendant that you gave to Miss Mermaid. Fan Yunzhong said. Isn't this jade pendant in the hands of a black-armored man? Could it be that he is the immortal general you were talking about? Qin Feiyang said. I can't say. Fan Yunzhong shook his head, and there was no trace of his calm expression. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be angry and asked, what mission? Since the twin dragon pendant was in the hands of this person, his identity must be real. First, the Dragon God Palace. Second, let me succeed as the City Lord of Blackstone City. Fan Yunzhong said. The Dragon God Palace? Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, where is that? Young Lord, go and inquire about it yourself. Fan Yunzhong said. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be angry. He didn't say anything and had to inquire about everything himself. What was going on? Young Lord, I'm just following orders. Fan Yunzhong saw Qin Feiyang's anger and said with a smile. In other words, don't make things difficult for him. Qin Feiyang asked, you mean to let me enter the Dragon God Palace? Yes. Fan Yunzhong nodded. Qin Feiyang said, why do I have to go to the Dragon God Palace? Fan Yunzhong laughed and said, we'll talk about it after you go in. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists. His patience had obviously reached its limit. Young Lord, the dragon-slaying palace is very united. And there's also a rule. As long as you don't make a mistake, even the 4 emperors and 8 emperors can't hurt your subordinates. Fan Yunzhong said. Qin Feiyang's face darkened and said, I don't think I've admitted that I'm from the dragon-slaying palace. This was conferred by the Qin Emperor himself, Fan Yunzhong said. In other words, the Qin Emperor had conferred the title personally, and you had no choice but to admit it. Unless you denied that you were a descendant of the Qin Emperor. He conferred the title personally, and I have to accept it. Aren't you underestimating me, Qin Feiyang? Let me tell you, I'm very prejudiced against him now. Don't keep using him to suppress me. If you piss me off, I'll kill you directly. Qin Feiyang shouted. Fan Yunzhang's expression froze, and he repeatedly apologized. Please calm down, please calm down. Actually, I don't know why you have to enter the Dragon God Palace. Qin Feiyang suddenly felt very tired. However, this kind of tiredness was not physical, but mental and spiritual. Couldn't he just tell him directly? Was there a need to guard against him like a thief? Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and said, let's not talk about this first. Just now, you said that you want to succeed as the City Lord of Blackstone City. It's not what I want. It's an order from the higher-ups. Fan Yunzhong said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, since it's an order from the higher-ups, with the strength of the dragon-slaying palace, why do you need my help? Actually, you don't need much help. You just need to raise my cultivation base to the half-step supreme god level. Because in order to succeed as the City Lord, one must be at least half-step supreme god level. As for this matter, with the strength of the dragon-slaying palace, it's indeed easy to do. But the reason why I came to you is because I'm now your subordinate. Fan Yunzhong said. My subordinate? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. From now on, I'm your subordinate. Among the young lords, except for you, no one has the right to order me. In the future, if you have any problems or needs, you can tell me. Of course. You also have to fulfill the responsibility of a superior. Fan Yunzhong laughed. Young lords. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said in surprise, not just me. Of course. The dragon-slaying palace has a total of 4 young lords, including you. The other 3 are better than you in terms of strength and experience. You have to work hard. Fan Yunzhong chuckled. Chapter 2395. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, what does it have to do with me whether they're strong or not? Young lord, this subordinate admires your indifference to fame and fortune. But sometimes, you have to fight for it. Fan Yunzhong said. Fight? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Fight for what? Fan Yunzhong laughed. There's still a long way to go. I'll tell you slowly. All right then. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and asked, how do I enter the Dragon God Hall? Fan Yunzhong said, There's a dragon god hall in every city. Qin Feiyang said, there's one in Blackrock City too? Yes. Fan Yunzhong nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, all right, I got it. You can go back now. Fan Yunzhong asked cautiously, young lord, what about this subordinate's cultivation base? Now. Qin Feiyang frowned. After Yu and Li Feng left, the Black Dragon clan's patriarch arrived at the City Lord mansion. He said that he would immediately send another messenger of the dragons to oversee Blackrock City. When this messenger arrives, he will definitely choose the next City Lord immediately. So, this subordinate thinks that this matter should be done as soon as possible. And as long as young lord helps this subordinate improve his cultivation base, this subordinate has full confidence in snatching the City Lord position. Fan Yunzhong said confidently, since you're doing this for the City Lord position, why did you infiltrate the Wu family back then? Why didn't you find a chance to enter the City Lord mansion directly? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Because this subordinate is the Wu family's butler. No one in the Wu family knows that this subordinate has joined the Dragon Slayer Hall. As for the City Lord position, this subordinate said just now that this subordinate doesn't want it. It's an order from above. In other words, this subordinate was also forced to take up the position. Fan Yunzhong smiled helplessly. Qin Feiyang smiled. Since you don't want to, then don't do it. That won't do. As members of the Dragon Slayer Palace, we must obey the orders of our superiors. Fan Yunzhong shook his head. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, all right, since you are my subordinate, I naturally can't treat you unfairly, speaking of which. Qin Feiyang's face turned slightly cold as he said, but in advance, you have to let me control you. Control? Fan Yunzhong was stunned and said with a bitter smile, young Exalt, is there a need for this? This is my style of doing things. I will never give my own interests to someone I don't fully trust. Qin Feiyang said. Fan Yunzhong smiled helplessly and said respectfully, this subordinate obeys the arrangement. Very good. Qin Feiyang nodded. He formed a seal with his hands and a puppet seal quickly appeared. The moment Fan Yunzhong saw the puppet imprint, his expression changed slightly, and he said, young Exalt, you're very dishonest here. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank as he asked in confusion, how am I not honest? Do you think this subordinate doesn't know that this is the puppet technique? The puppet technique can forcibly read other people's memories. You just want to take the opportunity to control this subordinate and then read this subordinate's memories to get the answer you want. Is this considered honest? Fan Yunzhong was displeased. Qin Feiyang's expression stiffened. He was actually seen through by this person. This was a bit awkward. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked, how do you even know about the puppet technique? Fan Yunzhong said, it was the Divine General who told me. I see. Qin Feiyang muttered. Since this Divine General was able to obtain the other half of the Twin Dragon Pendant, he naturally knew the Mermaid Princess and the others. Presumably, these things were told to him by the Mermaid Princess and the others. Young Exalt, you want to read this subordinate's memories. This subordinate does not dare to resist, but this subordinate will use his death to prove it. Fan Yunzhong looked at Qin Feiyang and said. The meaning of these words was already very obvious. If he used the puppet technique to control him, he would die in front of Qin Feiyang. You have such backbone. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Every member of the Dragon Slayer Palace has already been prepared to sacrifice themselves at any time before entering the Dragon Slayer Palace. So this subordinate is not afraid of death. Fan Yunzhong held his head high and said with incomparable determination. Qin Feiyang looked at Fan Yunzhong in a daze. He was not even afraid of death. This Dragon Slayer Palace was indeed not a place that ordinary people could enter. Fan Yunzhong didn't compromise in the slightest. He looked straight at Qin Feiyang. In any case, he had an attitude of facing death calmly. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. He dispersed the puppet technique and evolved the slave seal. He asked, will this work? Fan Yunzhong looked at the slave seal and said, the slave seal can control the divine soul and has the ability to peek into the inner thoughts of others, as well as the ability to transmit telepathy. You know so much. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Of course. After all, you are my immediate superior now. I only know how to get along with you if I know you well. Fan Yunjong said. You are indeed a talent. Qin Feiyang muttered and asked with a smile, then will this slave seal work? Yes. Fan Yunjong nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the slave seal suddenly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the top of Fan Yunjong's head. During the process, Fan Yunjong did not even blink his eyelids, as if he did not feel any pain at all. This was the first time Qin Feiyang saw someone so calm while being controlled by the slave seal. It seemed that this person, whether it was his mind or his temperament, was far from ordinary people. Soon, the slave seal was completed. Qin Feiyang also immediately peeked into Fan Yunjong's heart without batting an eyelid. However, all he saw was dead silence. Fan Yunjong's heart was like a dead sea, without any waves. Such a state of mind was not something that ordinary people could achieve. Was everyone in the Dragon Slayer Palace like this? If so, then this Dragon Slayer Palace was too terrifying. There was a trace of pride in Fan Yunjong's eyes. Qin Feiyang shook his head, looked in the direction of the back mountain, and led Fan Yunjong into the castle. This is the castle that was teleported. Why is it different from what Lord Divine General described? Hall. Fan Yunjong looked around in surprise. How did he describe it? Qin Feiyang was curious. Fan Yunjong said, he said that your castle is just a small stone room, and the space is very small. This must have been told to him by one of my former companions. The castle has changed a long time ago. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, then looked outside the door and shouted, Fire Lotus. Not long after, Fire Lotus entered the castle hall. Help him open the door of potential. Qin Feiyang said, then turned and walked towards the cultivation room. Okay. Fire Lotus nodded. Door of potential. Fan Yunjong was stunned for a moment, then his face was filled with ecstasy. In the cultivation room, Qin Feiyang stood in front of the alchemy furnace and concentrated on refining the pill. He refined a total of 3 pills. 1 Chaos Divine pill, 2 Nirvana Divine pills. The extra Nirvana Divine pill was naturally left for Big Black Wolf. With Big Black Wolf's character, if he did not give it to him, there would be no end to it in the future. And now, the pill patterns of the pills he refined had also changed. Originally, there were 8 pill patterns. But now, because it was a second stage divine level furnace, the 9th pill pattern had already appeared, but it was not very obvious. When the Netherworld Demonic Flame was upgraded to a second-grade divine level pill fire, then he would definitely be able to officially refine the 9th pill pattern. Wait. Pill fire. After refining the pills, Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of something, lowered his head and pondered. After the Netherworld Demonic Flame evolved to a divine level pill fire, it still needed to devour other pill fires to continue to upgrade. If Fan Yunjong really succeeded the position of the City Lord of Black Rock City, then with the power in his hands, it would definitely not be a simple matter to find 3 first-grade divine level pill fire. He might even be able to find a second-grade divine level pill fire. Money did not matter. Qin Feiyang did not want to spend the energy to find it. Thinking about it this way, the subordinate that the Dragon Slayer Palace gave him was not bad. At least in the future, he did not have to do many things himself, he could just leave it to Fan Yunjong. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang smiled, then walked out with the pills. Fan Yunjong sat in the hall. Fire Lotus was helping him open the door of potential. Even when the door of potential was opened, Fan Yunjong did not make a sound. Even Qin Feiyang could not help but admire such willpower. After giving the pills to Fire Lotus, Qin Feiyang closed his eyes, his perception extended infinitely, looking for the Big Black Wolf. Suddenly, his eyebrows raised. The Big Black Wolf was actually in the Soul-Sealing Valley at this moment. And, in the deepest part of the Soul-Sealing Valley, what was it talking to a black shadow? That black shadow was the weapon spirit that was sealed in the Soul-Sealing Valley. Swoosh! Qin Feiyang's mind moved, and immediately descended above the Soul-Sealing Valley, looking down at the Big Black Wolf angrily, and shouted, "What are you doing? Big brother." As soon as the Big Black Wolf saw Qin Feiyang, It immediately rushed in front of Qin Feiyang and said, "You're out." Qin Feiyang. The black shadow also became excited. "Yes." Qin Feiyang angrily glared at it and said, "Leave this place immediately." "Why? Look at it, it has been sealed for countless years, it's really pitiful. Why don't you help it and undo its seal?" The big black wolf pointed at the black shadow below and said. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the big black wolf to the ancient castle, then looked down at the black shadow. "Qin Feiyang, I know that because I lied to you in the past, you won't trust me anymore, but I beg you, can you help me? I've really had enough. I swear, as long as you help me undo the seal, I'll follow you in the future and do whatever you want me to do." The black shadow looked at Qin Feiyang pitifully, begging endlessly. "Do you think I'll believe your nonsense?" Qin Feiyang sneered. This weapon spirit was obviously a ruthless character. If he really helped him undo the seal, he might immediately attack him. The black shadow said helplessly, "Then tell me, what do I have to do to make you believe me? If you told me the truth from the beginning, I would definitely help you. But now, I won't believe you no matter what. You're on your own." Qin Feiyang coldly threw down these words, and with a flicker, he disappeared without a trace. "I regret it," the black shadow cried sadly. Why was it so foolish to covet the black tortoise world? Back then. It was because it saw that Qin Feiyang was still a little kid, so it thought that Qin Feiyang was easy to fool, but it didn't expect that Qin Feiyang wouldn't fall for it at all. But it was too late to regret now. Chapter 2396. After leaving the soul-sealing valley, Qin Feiyang went to secretly check on Pai Lupi and Theta Wang. The two of them were now very impressive. They were only at the monarch god level, but they were like two emperors, enjoying the glory of being worshipped from all directions. However, no matter how arrogant the two of them were, they didn't dare to approach the Devil's Land. There were even orders. No beast was allowed to enter the Devil's Land. Those who disobeyed would be killed without mercy. Because they knew better than anyone what kind of place the Devil's Land was. Subsequently, Qin Feiyang went to the Desert of Death and the Netherworld Sea to take a look. These two places were also extremely lively now. Especially the Desert of Death. Large groups of experts rushed towards the depths. Although the undead in the Desert of Death were swallowed up by the fire lotus, the storm was still there. And the power of the storm was something that even a false god couldn't withstand. Therefore, at any time, people were torn to pieces by the storm. There were also people who killed each other. But even so, they didn't stop. Like moths, they moved forward one after another. Because in the deepest part, there was a fatal temptation. This temptation was the divine pagoda made by the fire lotus. It had a total of 100 floors. And this divine pagoda was called the divine treasury by the creatures of the black tortoise realm. It opened once every 10 years. Every floor of the divine treasury had a large number of divine objects. It was even said that on the top floor, there were legendary divine weapons, peerless pill formulas, and so on. These things, for the creatures of the black tortoise realm, were things that they didn't even dare to think about in the past. So, everyone left with great expectations. But how many of them could really get the divine objects? This was a cruel test. Who knew how many people and beasts were buried in the Desert of Death every day? Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but recall the time when he roamed the 9 nether yellow springs and entered the black tortoise world for the first time. At that time, he was so similar to these people. In order to become stronger, they schemed, plotted, and fought bloody battles. It was as if everything had just happened yesterday. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed, turned around, and stepped into the air step by step. No one noticed his existence. Wait. Suddenly, he stopped and lowered his head, deep in thought. Now that he was the ruler of the black tortoise world, he could create and rule over everything. What about the outside world? For example, the ancient world, the godly ruins, the forgotten continent, Great Qin, was the god of creation who created these continents like him, standing high up somewhere and looking down on everything in the world? If it was, why did the god of creation indulge the dragons so much? Small beast, skyless, ice dragon, Qin Feiyang murmured. Suddenly, his thoughts became more expansive. He also understood many things at once. This world was, in fact, a cage. All this time, he had been nothing more than an ant in this cage, just like the living beings in the Black Tortoise realm. No matter where he went, he would always be trapped in a cage. Behind all of this, there was a god of creation manipulating everything. He was the one who controlled the Black Tortoise realm. The person who controlled the ancient world, the godly ruins, and the forgotten continent was the even more powerful god of creation, heavenless. If he wanted to truly get rid of this world, if he wanted to obtain true freedom, he could only defeat the god of creation. But defeating the god of creation was easier said than done. One had to know. Whether it was the ancient castle, the six-word divine art, or Chang Shui, they were all bestowed by the god of creation. Even the Black Tortoise realm was created by Heavenless. Although he was now the master of the Black Tortoise realm, he was still not the god of creation. Because he did not have the ability to create anything. That was a nice way to put it. He was the ruler of the Black Tortoise realm. That was a harsh way to put it, but he was just a custodian. If the god of creation wanted to, he could take back the Black Tortoise realm at any time, and he would not have any room to resist. Is this fate? For the rest of my life, and even my future descendants, will have to struggle in this cage? No. I will not accept this. God of creation, I don't care if you are sincerely good to me or if you have other intentions, I will defeat you. Qin Feiyang murmured and clenched his fists. His sharp and determined gaze seemed to pierce through the Black Tortoise realm and peek into the ancient world. In a medicinal field overflowing with divine light. In the center, a divine tree towered into the sky. At the peak of the divine tree, a white-haired man sat on the ground with an extraordinary zither on his lap. The man plucked the zither strings and the melodious zither music echoed in the sky. If you want to defeat me, then you must work hard. Suddenly, the man murmured and a smile crept onto his face. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, a youth of about 18 or 19 years old wearing tattered clothes landed on the peak of the divine tree and bowed. Greetings, Father. The white-haired man stopped playing the zither and raised his head to look at the youth. There was a trace of doting in his eyes as he asked, "What is it?" "I want to go out for a walk." The youth seemed to be afraid of the white-haired man and lowered his head. "Where are you going?" The white-haired man was not surprised and asked calmly. "The ancient world," the youth said. The white-haired man was slightly stunned and asked curiously, "There are so many continents, why do you want to go to the ancient world?" "I heard from Uncle Frog and Uncle Long." The youth seemed to be afraid to say it. The white-haired man looked at him for a while and did not ask any more questions. He waved his hand and said, "All right, you can go. But as I said, no matter what you encounter outside, I will not care about you, even if you die outside." The youth nodded respectfully and turned around. He glanced at the white-haired man's back and muttered, "What a cruel old man. Am I your son or not?" Then, with a look of displeasure, he took a step forward and disappeared without a trace as if he had merged with the heaven and earth. Black Tortoise World. When Qin Feiyang returned to the Devil's Land, he saw Fire Lotus sitting alone in the courtyard. Qin Feiyang asked, "Where are Big Black Wolf and Fan Yunzhong?" Fire Lotus smiled and said, "After taking the Chaos Divine Pill and Nirvana Divine Pill, they went into seclusion to cultivate." Qin Feiyang nodded and sat opposite Fire Lotus as he scanned the herb field. Suddenly, on the left edge of the herb field, he saw a large tea garden. The tea trees swayed in the wind. Each stalk was more than a meter tall, and each leaf was sparkling and translucent like emerald jade. Fire Lotus looked at the tea garden and said with a smile, "Are you surprised?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "Did you make this?" "Yes." Fire Lotus nodded and said with a smile, "I searched for a long time in the Black Tortoise realm and finally found a tea tree like this. I don't know about the Divine Land, but it is very difficult to find a tea tree like this in the 4 major domains. It is extremely precious." Then why is it empty now? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Grafting and cultivating. I have spent a lot of effort on this tea garden. Haven't you been thinking about the heavenly deity dew? The heavenly deity dew is brewed with this tea," Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. He really liked the heavenly deity Dew. But suddenly, he retracted his gaze and looked at Fire Lotus, asking, "Did you do this for me?" "Of course." Fire Lotus smiled. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang was extremely touched and said, "I found that I seemed to be less and less willing to leave you. Really? I was afraid that you would drive me away." Fire Lotus was delighted. "Silly girl." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at her, pondered for a while, and said, "Actually, you can be honest with me." "Honest?" Fire Lotus's face froze when she heard that. She asked, "About what?" Qin Feiyang said, "About you recovering your memory." Fire Lotus suddenly panicked. "You don't have to be nervous. I don't mean to drive you away. Besides, we are in the divine land now. I don't feel at ease letting you leave alone. I just think that since you recognize me as your brother and I recognize you as my sister, there should be no secrets between us." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "I'm sorry." Fire Lotus lowered her head and said, "No need to apologize. I know what you're thinking. I think you should also know what I'm thinking. Let's get along well in the future. Before you get married, this will always be your home." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Fire Lotus blushed and asked, "What if I can't get married? How is that possible? You're so beautiful and so powerful. The men who like you can probably line up from the divine land to the northern region. It's just that you don't like them." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "No way." Fire Lotus lowered her head, and her cheeks were as red as an apple. But the burden in her heart was relieved a lot. Although she seemed to have lived a relaxed life these years, she had always felt guilty. Because Qin Feiyang didn't hide anything from her. But she had been lying to Qin Feiyang. Now that Qin Feiyang took the initiative to tell her, she felt relieved of the guilt in her heart. "In fact, to be honest, I took advantage of you. With a supreme expert like you by my side, who dares to do anything to me? And because of you, Huoyi also followed me all day with a thick skin. If it weren't for you, I really don't know how much trouble I would have encountered in the northern region." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Didn't you help me too? If it weren't for you, I would still be an undead, let alone recover my memory." Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "What's your cultivation level?" "Half-step eternal realm. But I'm not far from the initial eternal realm. When I fought with the dragons, I was about to break through. However, for people with my cultivation level, it will take at least tens of thousands of years to break through." Fire Lotus said. "Tens of thousands of years?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. "For you, tens of thousands of years is indeed too long, but for people in the eternal realm, it's just a blink of an eye." Fire Lotus said with a smile. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "Well, it seems that I have to slowly adapt to this concept of time." Fire Lotus said, "I'm afraid you won't be able to adapt because you have the castle." The rules of time outside were so different from the castle. After staying in the castle for so long, even she began to feel a little uncomfortable. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, "Let's go, take me to see those tea trees." "Okay." Fire Lotus got up and led Qin Feiyang to the tea garden, talking and laughing, filled with a warm and happy atmosphere. Chapter 2397. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed in the castle. Boom. Big Black Wolf and Fan Yunjong came out of seclusion one after another. Their cultivation had also stepped into half-step Paragon God as they wished. Big Black Wolf ran out immediately to show off to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang had not left the Black Tortoise world, nor did he cultivate. He was wholeheartedly accompanying Fire Lotus. "Big brother, come, let's fight one-on-one. Big sister, don't interfere." Big Black Wolf rushed out in front of Qin Feiyang and started to provoke him. One-on-one? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Fire Lotus was also stunned. But soon after, Fire Lotus's eyes had a trace of ridicule. "This guy is arrogant, right? Not to mention that they were in the Black Tortoise world now, even if they were outside, Qin Feiyang could beat him until he kneeled and begged for mercy. Are you sure you want to fight one-on-one?" Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and looked at Big Black Wolf strangely and asked, "Of course. I want to avenge my previous humiliation, but you don't have to use the 6-word divine art." Big Black Wolf said. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. With a wave of his hand, the Black Tortoise World's rule force came crashing down. Big brother, you're breaking the rules. We want to fight fair and square, relying on our own abilities, not using these tricks. Ouch, 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 my dog life is almost gone. Before it started, Big Black Wolf was blasted to the ground and howled in pain. So powerful. Fan Yunzhong, who was at the side, was extremely shocked. This rule force is also one of my methods. How is it breaking the rules? Let's talk about it later. You didn't say just now that rule force is not allowed. How is it? Are you convinced? Qin Feiyang looked at him mockingly. Convinced, convinced, convinced. Big brother will always be big brother. Big brother, quickly put it away, my life is really about to be gone. Big Black Wolf nodded repeatedly. But in his heart, he had the urge to curse. Wasn't this cheating? How could rule force be considered as his own method? It seemed that the next time when he provoked him, he would have no place to complain. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. With a wave of his hand, the power of laws dissipated. The Big Black Wolf got up and looked at the sky with lingering fear. Then, it ran over to Qin Feiyang. Big brother, look, I've already broken through to half-step Supreme God. Can you give me a legendary artifact for self-defense? Qin Feiyang's face darkened as he said, do you want me to ask Hua Lian to give you the axe? Hua Lian immediately looked at it with hostility. Nope. Big Black Wolf couldn't hold it in anymore. His saliva splattered everywhere. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other helplessly. This wolf cub was truly one of a kind. Next to him, Fan Yunzhong couldn't help but want to laugh. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Young lord, how long has it been? Half a month. Qin Feiyang said. What? Half a month? Didn't the messenger of the dragons come early? Maybe the new city lord has already taken office. Fan Yunzhong was shocked. Didn't you inquire about my situation? Don't you know that my castle has a time array? Qin Feiyang said indifferently. That's right. 1 day is equal to 1 year. In other words, half a month in the castle is less than an hour outside. Fan Yunzhong slapped his head. Fire Lotus said, your information is outdated. Now, it's not 1 day is equal to 1 year, but 1 day is equal to 10 years. What? 1 day is equal to 10 years? Fan Yunzhong was shocked and muttered, that's not what the Divine General said. That Divine General heard it from the Mermaid Princess and the others. The second change in the castle was after the Mermaid Princess and the others left, so the Mermaid Princess and the others didn't know. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. So that's how it is. Fan Yunzhong nodded in realization. Qin Feiyang said, the door of potential has been opened for you, and your cultivation base has been improved. The rest is up to you. Young lord, don't worry. This position of city lord is something your subordinate can easily obtain. Fan Yunzhong smiled confidently. In addition, I'll give you a mission. Help me find 3 clusters of first-grade and second-grade pillfires as soon as possible. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Fan Yunzhong replied respectfully. Qin Feiyang asked, is there anything else you need? If possible, young lord, please give this subordinate a pinnacle divine artifact. This way, this subordinate will be more confident. Fan Yunzhong said. Qin Feiyang turned to Fire Lotus and asked, do you have anything else on you? Yes. I didn't throw them into the divine treasury all at once. Fire Lotus said. Give him one. Qin Feiyang said. Fire Lotus searched for a while, took out a black spear and handed it to Fan Yunzhong. Thank you, young lord. From now on, this subordinate will serve young lord with all his might. Fan Yunzhong took the spear, knelt on one knee and said respectfully. Qin Feiyang said, what I want is not these verbal promises, but practical actions. This subordinate will remember. Fan Yunzhong nodded. You can go back first. If there's anything I need you to do, I'll let you know. After saying that, Qin Feiyang took out an image crystal, established a contract bridge with Fan Yunzhong, and sent Fan Yunzhong out. Qin Dage, you didn't expect it, did you? Your ancestor has already planned a path for you. Fire Lotus said with a smile. I'm afraid of these troublesome things. Qin Feiyang shook his head. But there was nothing he could do. This was the arrangement of his ancestor. What could he say? Big brother, Emperor Qin is one of the 4 great emperors, and you're also the young lord now. After you go to the dragon slaying hall, won't you be able to get countless treasures? The big black wolf asked with a fiery gaze. No matter how many there are, it has nothing to do with you. Qin Feiyang glared at it, then looked at Fire Lotus and said, take care of the Black Tortoise world. I'll go out and find out what's going on with the Dragon God Hall. Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and appeared above Cloud Mountain Village with the big black wolf. Qin Feiyang pointed in the direction of the back mountain and said, there's a cemetery over there. Go and see if Li Feng is still there. Okay. The big black wolf immediately rushed towards the back mountain. Qin Feiyang closed his eyes and sensed the location of the 3 black leopard brothers. Achem. Soon, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. The 3 black leopard brothers were actually approaching Black Rock City. It seemed that they were planning to go to Black Rock City to find Herbs and meet up with him. Big brother, I didn't see Li Feng, but I found a note. The big black wolf returned very quickly and handed a piece of paper to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took the note and opened it. There was only one sentence on it. See you later. That brat actually left without saying a word. Let's go to Black Rock City. Qin Feiyang shook his head, crushed the note, and opened a legendary altar. Thinking back, this Li Feng wanted to be his disciple, but now he took the initiative to invite him, but was rejected. When a person's personality changed, their thoughts would also change. However, Li Feng had his own choice and judgment, and he did not force him. He only hoped that he would not become a cold-blooded demon like he thought. Black Rock City. Although half a month had passed in the castle, it had not even been an hour outside. Black Rock City was still in chaos. The various city gates were also strictly guarded. After Fan Yunzhong returned, he did not revoke the order to arrest and search Qin Feiyang. Because he was a spy of the dragon-slaying palace, he had to hide his identity well. Too scary. Not only did he kill young Master Wu, he also killed Wu Dorwu. Even Long Qi of the Dragon Clan was killed. That old man, who exactly is he? What are you guys doing? When he entered the city, I even looked down on him. Fortunately, he didn't get angry, or my life would be over. This also taught us a lesson: we can't look down on anyone in the future. The people were discussing. On a street, a young man, dressed in black, walked silently in the crowd. Next to him was a big black dog. It bared its teeth, showing its ferocity. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen such a mighty dog like me? If you look again, I'll bite off your family jewels. This man and dog were Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. The big black wolf did not want to transform into a human, but it was afraid of being exposed, so Qin Feiyang turned it into a dog. The big black wolf was very unhappy about this. The dignified wolf king was reduced to a dog. If this spread out, wouldn't it be laughed at by all the wolves in the Divine Land? So, along the way, as long as someone looked at it, it felt a kind of humiliation and immediately roared at the other party. Don't look so wronged. With your character, becoming a dog is a kind of humiliation to them. Qin Feiyang glared at it fiercely. The big black wolf said angrily, do you mean that I'm worse than a dog? In some ways. Besides, wolves and dogs are the same. Why are you so calculative? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Wait. Speak clearly. How can wolves and dogs be the same? The big black wolf was unhappy. Qin Feiyang said, isn't there a creature called a big wolf dog in this world? Ah. The big black wolf was stunned. Let's do it here. Qin Feiyang suddenly stopped. There was a tea house called Phoenix Bamboo House next to them. It was not very big, only 2 floors, and the decoration was ordinary, but it was quite crowded. The fragrance of tea could be smelled from afar. Qin Feiyang looked at the people in the hall through the door, and then led the big black wolf into the tea house. Welcome. Young master, there are private rooms upstairs. Do you want to go upstairs? A waiter saw Qin Feiyang and immediately came up to him. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "No, let's do it in the hall." "Okay." The waiter glanced around the hall and saw 2 empty tea tables on the left, so he said with a smile, "This way, please." Following the waiter to one of the tea tables, Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Give me a pot of your best tea." "Okay. Please wait a moment." The waiter nodded and turned to leave. Chapter 2398. What's the point of drinking tea? Might as well drink and eat meat. The big black werewolf sat opposite Qin Feiyang in a pretentious manner. It looked rather comical, causing the guests at the other tables to burst into laughter. Drinking wine is a waste of time. Drinking tea is a form of self-cultivation. You're a beast. You won't understand. A white-robed young man holding a folding fan in his hand immediately smiled at the big black wolf. He looked refined and had an extraordinary arrogance between his brows. "Beast? Say that again. Do you believe that I won't kill you?" The big black wolf glared and bared its teeth. "Rude. Brother, the Phoenix Bamboo House is a gathering place for scholars. Why did you bring a big dog here? Aren't you ruining our mood?" The white-robed young man looked at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction and said, "I'm sorry. I haven't tamed this dog yet. Please forgive me for disturbing everyone." Qin Feiyang smiled apologetically and glared at the big black wolf. "Since you haven't tamed it, don't bring it to such a place. Look at everyone here. Who brought a beast here?" The white-robed young man said. "Yeah. Just let it stay outside. Don't tell me that you, the owner, can't persuade a beast." Everyone said unhappily. "Isn't it just drinking tea? Why are you so particular about it?" Fine. I'll take care of it and won't ruin everyone's mood." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The first sentence almost caused the crowd to be enraged. Who said that drinking tea was fine? It was an insult to them. But when they heard the second sentence, they felt that his attitude was still acceptable and didn't pursue it further. Come. There's no need to lower yourself to the level of a beast. Let's drink tea together. It just so happens that I've recently composed a new poem. Let me read it out and see if there's anything lacking." The white-robed young man holding a folding fan drank a mouthful of tea to moisten his throat. Then, he stood up, waved the folding fan, shook his head, and began to recite. "Shaking your head like a rooster." The big black wolf sneered. "What did you say?" The white-clothed youth closed his fan and stared angrily at the big black wolf. "Nothing. You must have misheard." The big black wolf shrugged. "Nonsense. I clearly heard you say that Brother Yunwen was like a rooster. What a disgrace to the educated." A young man at the side said angrily. "Is there? Why didn't I know? There must be something wrong with your ears." The big black wolf glanced at the young man with disdain. "Look, it's scolding me. It's broad daylight. What kind of scandal is this?" The young man suddenly stood up and said angrily, "Brother, please chase it out immediately. We don't welcome animals here, much less a violent and barbaric animal." The young man in white stared at Qin Feiyang and said, "What a headache." Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. This big black wolf was not easy to deal with. Bringing it along was tantamount to bringing trouble. Everyone, please calm down. It's fate that brought us together. There's no need to make a fuss over such a small matter. For the sake of the Phoenix Bamboo House, let's forget about this matter, all right?" The waiter ran over with a pot of tea and smiled apologetically at the white-clothed youth and the others. "All right. For the sake of the Phoenix Bamboo House, we won't pursue this matter. However, if that animal dares to speak rudely, don't blame us for being merciless." The white-clothed youth snorted. All right. Thank you, young Master Yunwen." The shop assistant expressed his thanks. He carried the teapot and ran to Qin Feiyang's table. After placing the teapot on the table, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Sir, please understand. After all, this is a place where we do business." "All right." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Thank you." The waiter smiled and turned to leave. "Calm down. We're here to gather information, not to cause trouble," Qin Feiyang said through voice transmission as he poured the tea. He felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have brought this guy to the tea house. They were the ones who caused trouble first. Didn't you hear them calling him an animal? Isn't this an insult to me? The big black wolf was dissatisfied. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He didn't seem to have noticed this before. All right. You're a half-step supreme god now. The strongest among these people is only a war god. There's no need to be angry with them. Be more open-minded. Qin Feiyang smiled. All right. I'll give you face. The big black wolf nodded. Do you want to drink? Qin Feiyang picked up the teacup and asked. No. The big black wolf said with a look of disdain. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smelled it. The fragrance of the tea was all right. Then, he drank another mouthful. Immediately, he frowned. What kind of tea was this? Not only was it bitter, it also had a sour taste. Was this the best tea in the Phoenix Bamboo House? Thinking about it, it might be. After all, different places had different tastes. The people of Black Rock City might like this taste. He had to make do with it. Xiao Chen downed cup after cup of wine. However, the people in the hall were either reciting poems or chatting in low voices. No one mentioned the Dragon God Temple. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he looked at the big black wolf and said, Damn dog, have you heard of the Dragon God Palace? Of course. The Dragon God Palace is a force cultivated by dragons. The people in the Dragon God Palace are not divine dragons. They are all humans. The big black wolf said. You really know? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He just asked casually to start a conversation. But he didn't expect the big black wolf to know so much. I know. It's just that I don't know the details. Besides, you didn't ask me. The big black wolf said. If I didn't ask, don't you know to tell me? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. The young man in white turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said in astonishment, You don't even know about the Dragon God Palace. May I ask, did you just come from the countryside? There was a trace of disdain in his words. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. So you are from the countryside. No wonder the beast beside you is so uneducated. The young man in white laughed. Brother Yunwen is right. What do the countryside people know about education? They are all boorish people. The others also laughed. This emperor's bad temper, the big black wolf couldn't help it. Sit down. Qin Feiyang stared at it. Big brother, how can you tolerate this? It's okay to humiliate me, but I can't tolerate them humiliating you. What countryside people? What boorish people? What right do they have to judge you like this? The big black wolf said angrily. It's okay. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, looked at the young man in white, and said with a smile, I am indeed a boorish person, and I can't compare to you. If you have time, please tell me about the Dragon God Palace. At least you know your place. Since your attitude is so good, I might as well tell you. The Dragon God Palace, as that beast said, is a force cultivated by the dragons. It is recruited once every 100 years. The registration place is in the City Lord's mansion, and anyone can participate. The young man in white said. Qin Feiyang asked, Are there any conditions to enter the Dragon God Palace? Of course. First, you have to have a cultivation of Monarch God or above. Secondly, the City Lord's mansion and the Dragon's messenger will screen those who pass the screening, and then the people of the Dragon God Palace will take the test. After passing the test, you can enter the Dragon God Palace. But I heard that the test is quite harsh, and it is very difficult to pass. But if you are lucky enough to pass the test and enter the Dragon God Palace, you can get a lot of resources. I even heard that the Dragon God Palace has a divine artifact with a time array. The young man in white said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in understanding. If you came to Blackrock City this time to enter the Dragon God Palace, I kindly advise you to give up on this idea. After all, you only have one life. The young man in white said. Qin Feiyang smiled non-committally and said, According to what you said, going to the Dragon God Palace is the same as becoming the dragon's minions. Impudent. You are looking down on the dragons, do you know that? The young man in white's face suddenly changed, and he stood up and shouted at Qin Feiyang. Kid. What minions? Don't be so rude, Be careful of trouble from the mouth. The others also shouted angrily. Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd and said lightly, "So, not only are you not ashamed, but you are proud of it. Although the dragons are overbearing, you can't say that those who enter the Dragon God Palace are the dragon's minions. Because no matter what, the dragons gave them resources and gave them the best cultivation environment. As a person, you must know how to be grateful." The young men scolded. Grateful? Qin Feiyang shook his head. He had to admit that these people were really sad. Would the dragons be so kind to give resources to humans for free? They just wanted to use humans as cannon fodder. Of course. Some of them might be afraid of the dragons, afraid of getting into trouble, so they had no choice but to stand up for the dragons. This was understandable. After all, the dragons were too powerful, and no one dared to offend them. However, there were definitely some people among them who were sincerely protecting the dragon clan. Big Black Wolf looked at the surrounding people. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled coldly. "Big brother, I don't know much about the other matters of the Dragon God Temple. However, there is one thing I am very clear about." "What?" Qin Feiyang looked at it suspiciously. Big Black Wolf said, "Those who really hate the dragons will never enter the Dragon God Palace, because the Dragon God Palace has never forced anyone to join. Everyone is voluntary." "Voluntary," Qin Feiyang whispered. If what Big Black Wolf said was true, then everyone in the Dragon God Palace was probably the enemy of the Dragon Slayer Palace. Preposterous. This is outrageous. Talking about the dragons in public, are you tired of living? The young man in white shouted in exasperation. "Why are you so angry? Could it be that you're the Dragon Clan's lackey?" Big Black Wolf grinned. Qin Feiyang looked at the young man in white. This person's reaction was indeed too eye-catching. Chapter 2399. "You're calling me a lackey? You're courting death." The white-clothed youth's eyes were filled with killing intent as he rushed in front of the Big Black Wolf. Seeing this, the Big Black Wolf's expression was filled with disdain. A small war god dared to make a move in front of it. Who was courting death? Actually, the white-clothed youth couldn't be blamed. Because if he knew the real cultivation level of the Big Black Wolf, he definitely wouldn't dare to make a move. But before entering the Black Rock City, Qin Feiyang told it to suppress its cultivation level and become a beginner war god. And Qin Feiyang himself also suppressed his cultivation to become a beginner war god. He did this to avoid unnecessary trouble. But he didn't expect. Even if he suppressed his cultivation level, there would still be trouble. Qin Feiyang didn't pay attention to it anymore. Although the Big Black Wolf was high profile, this white-clothed youth wasn't anything special. He was arrogant and thought he was great. The most important thing was, it was indeed as the Big Black Wolf said, this person kept calling himself a beast and called himself a scholar. Wasn't this lifting a rock and smashing his own foot? If he was a real scholar, would he use such insulting words? "Young Master Yunwen, let's talk nicely. Don't make a move, don't make a move." The waiter heard the commotion and came out to take a look. His expression immediately changed as he hurriedly called out. But the white-haired youth turned a deaf ear. Even a hint of viciousness flashed across his eyes. Clang! Suddenly, black sharp blades suddenly appeared at the tip of the folding fan in his hand. These sharp blades were about the length of a thumb, like the tip of a sword, incomparably sharp and emitting a cold light. His hiding hidden weapons? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. He couldn't be called a scholar either. This was because hidden weapons were something that only sinister and cunning people with dark hearts would use. At this moment, Qin Feiyang had a conclusion in his heart. This person was a hypocrite who was two-faced. The Big Black Wolf's eyes were also filled with disdain. Scholar. Scholar. It was simply a joke. It just sat there like a dog, not moving at all. Everyone else thought that it was scared silly. Just as the folding fan was about to pierce the Big Black Wolf's vital point, the Big Black Wolf suddenly raised its paw and waved it. Clang. Following a series of loud sounds, the sharp blades on the folding fan shattered one by one. In the end, the folding fan also shattered. The terrifying force even forced the young man in white to retreat as blood gushed out of his mouth. What? In an instant, Everyone in the hall stood up abruptly, their faces filled with disbelief. How could a dog that was only at the beginner level of the warlord realm be so strong? After the white-clothed young man stabilized his body, he looked at the big black wolf in disbelief. For a piece of trash like you, I can kill you 1,000 times over with a single breath. The big black wolf sneered. You can kill him just by taking a breath. How arrogant. No matter what, Xiao Yunwen is still a great success war god. People cursed silently. Young Master Yunwen, please calm down. The shop assistant came back to his senses and hurriedly ran to Xiao Yunwen. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, and this guest, you should also stop your partner. Partner, Qin Feiyang took a sip of tea, raised his head and glanced at Xiao Yunwen, then looked at the others and calmly said, did you hear that? Even a shop assistant knows how to respect others. What do you mean? Everyone looked at each other. This big dog is my partner, my friend. It's not a beast like you said. If you don't even have this basic respect, how can you call yourselves scholars? Don't you think it's funny? Especially you, Xiao Yunwen. When this damn dog entered the tea house, it didn't provoke you. It only said to me that drinking tea is boring and that it's better to drink wine and eat meat, and you're mocking it. I'd like to ask, where did you find your sense of superiority? And who gave you the courage to be so arrogant? And, as a scholar, why would you hide a hidden weapon in your fan? I'm afraid that even some despicable people can't compare to you. All in all, you so-called cultured people can't even compare to this little brother who does odd jobs. Qin Feiyang's tone was very calm, but in the ears of the crowd, it was like a silent slap on their faces. Basically, they all lowered their heads in shame, and their faces were burning. There were also a few people who angrily glared at Qin Feiyang. Among them, the young man in white was the angriest. Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently and said, be sensible and don't ask for a snub again. After that, he ignored them, picked up the teacup, and quietly sipped his tea. Good, good, good. You have guts. Don't leave if you have the ability. The young man in white was so angry that he laughed, turned around, and strode out of the tea house. Young Master Yunwen, you haven't paid the bill yet. The shop assistant hurriedly called out. The young man in white turned a deaf ear. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, shop assistant, put his bill on my head. Thank you. The shop assistant looked at Qin Feiyang gratefully. He also inexplicably liked Qin Feiyang in his heart. It was not because Qin Feiyang helped pay the bill, but because of the way Qin Feiyang addressed him. Shop assistant. This was a respectful form of address. He glanced at the back of the young man in white, pretended to wipe the water stains on the table, and said to Qin Feiyang through voice transmission, Sir, you'd better leave quickly. Why? Qin Feiyang secretly asked. Xiao Yunwen is the young master of the Xiao family. His father not only has the cultivation of a perfected divine lord, but also has a pinnacle divine artifact. You can't afford to offend him. The shop assistant secretly said. The Xiao family? Qin Feiyang frowned. The Xiao family, the Wu family, and the Xia family are the three strongest families in the Blackstone City. Their foundation is quite terrifying. I heard that the head of the Xiao family wants to compete for the position of the city lord. That's why Xiao Yunwen was so angry when he heard you talking about the dragons. He's trying to curry favor with the dragons in disguise. The shop assistant transmitted. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly smiled, but then he suddenly frowned and said, Little brother, isn't the minimum cultivation of a half-step divine lord for the position of city lord? This was what Fan Yunzhong said. The head of the Xiao family only had the cultivation of a perfected divine lord. He did not seem to be qualified. There is indeed such a rule. But the head of the Xiao family is different. Because the younger brother of the head of the Xiao family, who is also Xiao Yunwen's second uncle, had already broken through to the half-step divine lord many years ago. His current cultivation might be even higher. Moreover, this person is now in the Dragon God Palace. It's also because of this person that the Xiao family can be on equal footing with the Xia family and the Wu family. The shop assistant secretly explained. I see. That big dog is right. Xiao Yunwen is the lackey of the dragons. No, this family is. Qin Feiyang said. The shop assistant sighed and said, some words should be kept in your heart. You can't say it out loud. Thank you for your concern. But I don't care about a mere Shao family. Don't worry, I won't implicate the Phoenix Bamboo House. Qin Feiyang secretly said. You don't care about a mere Shao family? The shop assistant was a little stunned. Fine. Anyway, he had tried to persuade him, but he did not listen. He could not blame the Phoenix Bamboo House if he suffered a great loss. Okay, enjoy your meal. The shop assistant smiled and walked to the table where the white-clothed young man sat before, cleaning the messy table. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, then his eyes flashed and he transmitted his voice with a smile. Big Black Wolf, I have an immature idea. A treacherous guy like you has an immature idea? Big Black Wolf looked at him with disdain and urged, say it, don't keep me in suspense. I'm treacherous. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Compared to Xiao Yunwen, he was a good guy. Let's go to the Xiao family. I'm interested in their treasure trove, medicine field, spirit vein, and crystal vein. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. Treacherous indeed. But I like it. Big Black Wolf immediately laughed evilly. Do I need to bring a spatial divine item? I'll ask Fire Lotus to find one. Qin Feiyang secretly said. In the Black Tortoise world, there were also people who had spatial divine items. With Fire Lotus's strength, it was easy to get one. No need. I have an interspatial ring. Big Black Wolf waved his paw and jumped down, shaking his head as he walked outside. Qin Feiyang hurriedly asked, do you know where the Xiao family is? I don't know. But is it difficult for me? The Big Black Wolf chuckled and left without looking back. He finally left. Seems like he's still afraid of the Xiao family's revenge. But that person actually didn't leave. Is he stupid? Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang and sneered. Qin Feiyang turned a blind eye to it and continued to drink his tea. Was a mere Xiao family qualified to make him run? It was fine if they didn't come. If they really dared to come, he might as well catch them all in one fell swoop. Anyway, the waiter had said that the Xiao family's head intended to fight for the position of City Lord. That was equivalent to being Fan Yunzhang's competitor. Getting rid of the Xiao family was also a small favor to Fan Yunzhang. Time passed bit by bit. Da. Suddenly, accompanied by a series of hurried and powerful footsteps, a group of people rushed into the tea house. The leader was a middle-aged man. His body was slightly plump, and he wore a spacious coat. His expression was rather gloomy. Beside him was a white-clothed youth. It was Xiao Yunwen. Behind the two were more than a dozen guards, each of them having the cultivation of a low-level divine lord. The middle-aged man in the lead was a perfected divine lord. Father, it's him. He humiliated me in public and spoke rudely to the dragons. Xiao Yunwen pointed at Qin Feiyang and said angrily. He even called his father here. There's a good show to watch now. The guests in the hall put down their teacups and looked at Qin Feiyang with gloating faces. The waiter ran out and said with a flattering smile, so the Xiao family's head is here. Please come upstairs. Get lost. The Xiao family's head shouted with a cold face. The waiter's expression froze and he hurriedly said, Xiao family's head, I don't want to say it a second time. The Xiao family's head said. The waiter's pupils shrank and he took a few steps back. His face was full of anxiety. Please don't implicate the Phoenix Bamboo House. The Xiao family's head walked step by step toward Qin Feiyang. Xiao Yunwen and the group of guards quickly followed. Where's that beast? Xiao Yunwen suddenly realized that the Big Black Wolf had disappeared and immediately shouted. Brother Yunwen, that beast was probably afraid that you would come back to settle the score with it. After you left, it ran away. A blue-clothed youth said with a smile. You're still calling it a beast. Looks like you guys need to be taught a lesson. Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up and took a step forward. He instantly landed in front of Xiao Yunwen and slapped him. Slap. A loud slap could be heard in the Phoenix Bamboo Tower. Xiao Yunwen was stunned. Even now, he still dared to hit him. So fast. At the same time, the Xiao family's head suddenly stopped and his pupils shrank. The group of guards behind him also had faces full of shock. Was this the speed of a low-level divine lord of war? But this person's aura was indeed that of a low-level divine lord of war. Chapter 2400. The waiter and the surrounding guests were all dumbfounded. Because before, they didn't see how Qin Feiyang rushed in front of Xiao Yunwen. In other words, this person's speed was so fast that they couldn't catch him. But speed was only the second. What shocked them the most was Qin Feiyang's courage. The Xiao family's master was standing next to him, and he still dared to be so arrogant. And you need to be taught a lesson too. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the blue-clothed young man and took a step forward. The blue-clothed young man panicked and was about to hide behind his friend at the table. But before he could take a step, Qin Feiyang landed in front of him like a ghost. He raised his hand and slapped him hard. Slap. Another loud slap rang out. Both the blue-clothed young man and Xiao Yunwen had half of their faces immediately swollen, and there was a striking palm print on both of their faces. When everyone came back to their senses, Qin Feiyang had returned to the tea table and was drinking tea calmly. Master, this person is not simple. Be careful. A guard walked to the Xiao family's master and looked at Qin Feiyang vigilantly and whispered, So what if he's not simple? I was worried that I wouldn't have a chance to please the dragon's messenger, but I didn't expect this person to come to me immediately. The Xiao family's master sneered. Master, what do you mean? Capture this person and hand him over to the dragon's messenger? The guard was surprised. Yes. This person despises the dragons. After handing him over to the dragon's messenger, the messenger will definitely look at me with new eyes. Coupled with my brother's relationship, the position of the Blackstone City's governor will be mine. The Xiao family's master smiled proudly. I see. Master, you're really smart. The guard's face was full of admiration. You don't have to worry about anything else. Just protect Yunwen. The Xiao family's master secretly told the group of guards, and then continued to walk toward Qin Feiyang. Father, you must kill him. Xiao Yunwen roared as if she had gone crazy. He had never suffered such humiliation in his entire life. Today's slap would definitely make him a laughingstock in the future. It would become a shame that he would never be able to wash away. This bastard should be cut into pieces. The blue-clothed youth also glared at Qin Feiyang with resentment. The head of the Xiao family walked to Qin Feiyang's table without saying a word. Then, he sat across from Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He picked up the teapot and poured a cup. He extended his hand and said, Please. The Xiao family's patriarch picked up the teacup and poured the tea into his mouth. Xiao family head, don't drink. That's the teacup that the big dog drank from. The blue-clothed young man hurriedly exclaimed. Although the big black wolf didn't like drinking tea, it was too bored earlier and drank a little. However, the blue-clothed young man's warning was too late. Just like that, a cup of tea entered his stomach. The Xiao family's master's stomach churned uncontrollably, and a monstrous aura instantly rose from within his body. Crack! The teacup in his hand shattered into pieces. The Xiao family's master stared at Qin Feiyang coldly and said word by word, Little bastard, you really don't know what's good for you. The ancients said that all living things are equal. The big dog is also a living thing. Moreover, it's not sick. What's wrong with drinking from a teacup that it used? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The Xiao family's master slammed his palm on the table and stood up abruptly. His sharp gaze was like a blade. Besides, aren't the dragons also ferocious beasts? Aren't you also licking your face and sucking up to them? Qin Feiyang smiled again. This person really has the guts of a leopard. He actually dares to look down on the dragons. Even saying that the dragons are ferocious beasts. Dragons are divine beasts. How can a lowly ferocious beast compare to them? A few young men roared with righteous indignation. Qin Feiyang glanced at them and shook his head. It seems that you've been kneeling for too long. You can't stand up anymore. Impudent. Impudent. How impudent. Follow this master to the City Lord Mansion immediately and apologize to the dragon's messenger. The Xiao family's master roared. But he was happy in his heart. The more arrogant this person was, the greater his credit would be. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and said in surprise, "The dragon's messenger has arrived." No. Just before this master came to find you, the dragon's messenger had already arrived in our Blackstone city. He's now handling the affairs in the City Lord Mansion. If you know what's good for you, you might still have a way out. But if you dare to resist, this master can tell you responsibly that this will definitely be your burial ground. The Shao family's master laughed sinisterly. You're here so soon? This dragon's efficiency is quite fast. Qin Feiyang muttered. What's wrong? Scared? Unfortunately, it's too late. The Shao family's master sneered. Scared? Qin Feiyang laughed. As he drank, he said, I'll also responsibly tell you something. If you don't get lost, you won't be able to leave today. Haha, is this person crazy? Who does he think he's talking to? Not only the surrounding guests, but even the Shao family's guards laughed. Although he was fast, his cultivation was in front of them. An ant-like low-tier war god dared to challenge a consummate god monarch? It seemed that this person was not only crazy, but also a little stupid. The Shao family's master couldn't help but laugh. He had never seen such a stupid person. Since you don't know what's good for you, then I can only take action. The Shao family's master laughed, raised his arm, and grabbed Qin Feiyang. He looked full of confidence. Arrogant. I'm afraid he doesn't even have the courage to resist now. He can only show off in front of us. The blue-clothed young man and the others looked at Qin Feiyang, who was sitting motionlessly on the chair, and sneered. They could already predict this person's outcome. Xiao Yunwen's eyes were also filled with coldness. Just you wait. When you go to the City Lord's mansion, you'll have a good time. No. Before going to the City Lord's mansion, I'll let you have a taste of what it means to live a life worse than death. But suddenly, a deafening blast could be heard all of a sudden. The next moment, everyone present widened their eyes in anger and disbelief. The Shao family's master was the same. He stared intently at his wrist. He saw a big hand grabbing his wrist. The owner of the big hand was Qin Feiyang. However, Qin Feiyang didn't raise his head from the beginning to the end. He was still leisurely drinking tea. The Shao family's master struggled hard. However, he was shocked to find that the other party's strength was actually above his, and he couldn't break free. How was this possible? The strength of a low-level war god couldn't be so great. Could it be he was hiding his cultivation? When he thought of this, the Shao family's master felt like he was struck by lightning. If he was really hiding his cultivation, then with such strength, this person's cultivation must be above his. He was a consummate monarch god. Above him, wouldn't it be a half-step god? How could this be? He's actually a half-step god. The Shao family's master suddenly regretted it. But suddenly, he thought of the dragon's emissary again and said in a deep voice, Your Excellency, although you're a half-step god, compared to the emissary of the dragons, you're not even an ant. I advise you to let go immediately and follow me obediently. What? He's a half-step god. Hearing the Shao family's master's words, the entire tea house immediately became restless. For example, the blue-clothed young man and Xiao Yunwen no longer had the arrogance from before. Their faces were full of fear. Why would a half-step god pretend to be a low-level war god? Was it fun to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? The dragon's emissary, Qin Feiyang murmured. His face was still expressionless. However, his hand began to exert force. The Shao family's master's face suddenly twisted, and he felt that his wrist was about to break. It wasn't a feeling. It was real. The next moment. With a crisp crack, the Shao family's master's wrist shattered on the spot, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Qin Feiyang also finally let go of his hand. The Shao family's master hurriedly retreated. The intense pain made him howl non-stop. So strong. When the blue-clothed young man and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but begin to retreat in horror. It was also at this moment. Qin Feiyang finally raised his head, put down the teacup, and looked at the Shao family's master. He said, Who told you that I'm a half-step god? After breaking through to the great divine lord, It was too easy for him to kill a perfect divine lord with the strength of his physical body. If you're not a half-step god, how can your strength be stronger than mine? The Shao family's master said angrily. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and didn't explain. Whoosh. At this moment, a guard hurriedly ran into the tea house. His face was full of anxiety. Glancing at the messy hall, the guard immediately ran up when he saw the Shao family's master. Master, what's the matter with you? The guard exclaimed in shock when he saw the bleeding wrist. The Shao family's master looked at Qin Feiyang resentfully and didn't explain. He asked suspiciously, "What are you doing here?" Only then did the guard remember the important matter. He exclaimed, "Master, bad news. Our treasure vault, medicine field, spirit vein, and crystal vein have all been robbed." What? The Shao family's master's expression changed. Shao Yunwen and the group of guards were also shocked. The surrounding crowd, including the waiter, looked at each other in dismay. The Shao family was robbed. Who was it? How dare they? At the scene, Qin Feiyang was the only one with a smile on his face. Although this big black wolf was usually unreliable, he was quite reliable when it came to doing things. Who is it? The Shao family's master came back to his senses. He raised his other hand, grabbed the guard's clothes, and roared, "Tell me, who is it?" The guard said, "It's a big black dog." A big black dog. Everyone was astonished. It was a beast that robbed the Shao family. Wait. A big black dog. A black dog. Could it be? Suddenly, the shadow of a big black dog appeared in everyone's mind. Then, everyone looked at Qin Feiyang in unison. The Shao family's master was also stunned. He didn't expect it to be a beast. Then, he roared, "How did it know the location of the treasure vault and medicine field?" It was the butler who brought it there. But the butler was forced to do it. Now, he has been killed by that beast. And its cultivation is very terrifying. It's a half-step god. The guard said with a face full of fear. Chapter 2401. What? The big black dog that's half a step away from the god realm? Could it be? Everyone was shocked and looked at Qin Feiyang again. Fear was written all over their faces. If it was really the big dog from before, this man and the dog were not to be trifled with. Woof. All of a sudden, a dog barked at the door. Everyone reflexively turned around and saw a big black dog standing at the door, shaking its head. That's it. The guard pointed at the big black wolf and roared. It's true. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly retreated in horror. They thought that it left because it was afraid of the Shao family's revenge, but it turned out to rob the Shao family. What are you talking about? The big black wolf walked in suspiciously. Why are you pretending? I saw you rob the Shao family and kill our housekeeper with my own eyes. The guard yelled. Rob the Shao family? Kill your housekeeper? What's this? Don't talk nonsense. The big black wolf frowned and walked toward Qin Feiyang. The Shao family master, Shao Yunwen, and a group of guards who were standing in the aisle stepped aside instinctively. What are they talking about? Why can't I hear anything? The big black wolf walked to the tea table and sat opposite Qin Feiyang like a dog, asking suspiciously. The Shao family's treasure vault, herb field, spirit vein, and crystal vein were just robbed by a big black dog, so they suspect you. Qin Feiyang smiled. What the hell? This is slander and frame-up. What are you up to? I don't even know where the Shao family is. How can I rob your treasure vault and herb field? I'm telling you, don't bite people. No, I'm not a human. Bite a dog. No, I'm not a dog either. In any case, don't slander me and ruin my innocence. The big black wolf glared at the group and said angrily. It's not him. Everyone looked at each other with suspicion in their eyes. Stop quibbling. I can recognize you even if you turn into ashes. The guard roared. Let me tell you, you must take responsibility for your words. In this world, I'm not the only big black dog. Furthermore, I have just become a martial immortal. How can I enter your Shao family? Big Black Wolf said with a straight face. The guard took a closer look. He really was a beginner war god. What was going on? Could it really be that it wasn't the same big black dog? Someone said, Since it's not you, why don't you tell us where you went? The big black wolf said, I need to pee. Can't I go out and take a piss? Ooh. Everyone was stunned. We can't possibly settle it on the spot, right? I don't mind, but you guys will definitely scold me for being uncultured. You hypocrites, I've finally seen it for myself. I can't afford to offend you. The big black wolf's face was full of disdain. Everyone's faces were filled with rage again. The master of the Shao family looked at Qin Fei Yang and the big black wolf with a gloomy expression. He said in a deep voice, take a good look again. Is it really him? The guard looked at the big black wolf with a trace of hesitation. It really looked like him. The size of his body and the color of his fur were exactly the same. But his cultivation was different. Wait. Suddenly, the guard seemed to have noticed something. He opened his eyes wide and roared, it's him. He has the same aura as that big black dog. Bastard. The master of the Shao family was furious. Damn it. This bastard really knows how to act. I almost believed him. He's really a bastard. He went to rob the Shao family for such a small matter. These country bumpkins are really rude. Everyone muttered. Big Black Wolf seemed to be a little angry. He looked at the guard and said angrily, can't you shut up? Isn't it hard for me to act? He admitted it. This damn bastard. Xiao Yunwen roared angrily. She looked at the two guards beside her and shouted, you two, go to the city lord's mansion and find the dragon's messenger. Yes. The two of them responded and turned to rush outside. Big Black Wolf was about to make a move. Qin Fei Yang waved his hand and smiled, and said, there's no need to care about them. Why? Big Black Wolf was suspicious. Qin Fei Yang smiled faintly, when the time comes, you will naturally know. What about them? Big Black Wolf pointed at the master of the Shao family and the others. Don't leave a single one alive. Qin Fei Yang said indifferently. All right. Big Black Wolf chuckled. You dare to kill us? My second uncle is from the Dragon God Palace. And his cultivation is even stronger than yours. If you dare to kill us, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, my second uncle will not let you go. Xiao Yunwen roared. People from the Dragon God Palace, Qin Fei Yang's eyes flashed, and said with a smile, then what's your second uncle's name? Xiao Yunwen said proudly, listen well, my second uncle's name is Xiao Da. Xiao Da, okay. I'll remember it. Qin Fei Yang nodded, glanced at Big Black Wolf, and said, do it. What? Everyone was shocked. They thought that Qin Fei Yang asked because he was afraid, but they did not expect that he would actually kill them. Quickly escort Yunwen away. The master of the Shao family also shouted at the same time. A group of guards immediately ran outside with Xiao Yunwen. Hey! Big Black Wolf grinned. He disappeared in an instant. Then he appeared in front of the master of the Shao family in an instant. The master of the Shao family had already taken out his pinnacle divine artifact, but before he could recover, Big Black Wolf slapped him with his claws, and his head exploded like a watermelon. Father! Master! Xiao Yunwen and a group of guards roared. Don't worry, you will accompany him soon. Big Black Wolf grinned again, teleported again, and disappeared without a trace. Quick! A group of guards carried Xiao Yunwen and fled frantically. However, before they could escape to the tea house, Big Black Wolf had arrived, his claws dancing wildly. Accompanied by shrill screams, the group of people's heads exploded one after another, and blood splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the group of people all fell to the ground. The bloody scene made the others' scalps tingle. Too ruthless. Even their souls were not spared. It's your honor that I'm going to rob your Shao family, and you still want to settle the score with me? You really don't know what's good for you. Big Black Wolf patted his claws, walked to the opposite of Qin Fei Yang, and sat down, looking around. Everyone lowered their heads one after another. Whether it was their faces or eyes, they were filled with fear that could not be dispelled. Don't be nervous, I'm not interested in small fries like you. If you also have a family behind you, it's a different story. Big Black Wolf grinned. Everyone's eyes trembled. Wasn't it obvious? This beast was eyeing them covetously, wanting to rob their family's treasure vault. No, no. I'm an orphan, and I don't have any family background. Buddy, the bill. That blue-clothed youth hurriedly waved his hand, threw down a few hundred divine crystals, and fled the tea house without looking back. I'm an orphan too. Me too, please don't come looking for me. Once the blue-clothed youth left, how could the others sit still? They all took out their divine crystals and fled without looking at the amount. In less than 3 breaths. In the entire hall, except for a few waiters who were in a daze, there was no one else. It seemed extremely empty. The guests upstairs also fled back to their own private rooms one after another. The tea house fell into a dead silence. So many orphans. Big Black Wolf's mouth twitched. Since you said so, what else do they dare to say? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Big Black Wolf said disdainfully, I'm not interested in ordinary small families. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Sir, no, sir. The waiter who served Qin Feiyang and Big Black Wolf came back to his senses and hurriedly walked in front of Qin Feiyang, looking at the empty hall with a wry smile. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a large pile of divine crystals appeared. The waiter looked at the pile of divine crystals in a daze. There were at least a few 100,000 divine crystals, like a small mountain. They basically paid the bill before they left, so you didn't lose anything. However, it will more or less affect you, so take this as compensation. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Thank you, sir. The waiter thanked him repeatedly. After putting away the divine crystals, he glanced at the corpses on the ground and asked, what about them? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, don't worry about them before the people from the city lord's mansion come. All right. The waiter smiled helplessly and turned to the other waiters, saying, hurry up and clean up the other tables. The waiters immediately moved. Those who collected divine crystals collected divine crystals. Those who cleaned. Those who cleaned the tables wiped the tables. They were very busy. But from time to time, they would glance at Qin Feiyang and Big Black Wolf with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. This man and dog killed people, but they didn't leave. What did they want to do? After cleaning up, the waiters didn't know what to do. They all stood behind the altar and looked at Qin Feiyang and Big Black Wolf from afar. How shocking. The Shao family was robbed. What do you think happened to our Black Rock City recently? First, the city lord was killed, then the Wu family's patriarch was killed after he succeeded the city lord. Now it's the Shao family. Why do I feel like there's a conspiracy? Soon. 2 young men whispered as they walked into the tea house. Something's wrong with the atmosphere. Why is it so quiet? And there's a pungent smell of blood. The 2 were stunned and looked around. When they saw the blood and corpses on the ground, their faces suddenly changed. Then, the 2 turned around and ran out as if their lives depended on it. Originally, the waiters had already gone to greet them, but when they saw the situation, their expressions were full of helplessness. Then, even if someone came in again, they couldn't be bothered to greet them. On the street outside the door, more and more people gathered. A few bold people poked their heads out and looked at Qin Feiyang and Big Black Wolf curiously. What's going on? Who are that man and dog? Who's the corpse on the ground? Everyone who came to the tea house couldn't help but ask the insiders. And the insiders didn't hide anything. They told the story in detail, spittle flying everywhere. Chapter 2402. The city lord's mansion was also very efficient. Hundreds of breaths. A group of black-armored guards followed the 2 guards out in a grandiose manner. Everyone was wearing black armor and holding long spears. They were filled with a murderous aura. At the back, there was an old man in black. He had his hands behind his back and walked with a majestic gait. His aura was unfathomable, and his sharp gaze was also incomparably deep. What a powerful aura. He seems to be the former butler of the Wu family. What's his name? Yes, his name is Fan Yunzhong. Why does the aura he exudes feel like it has surpassed the divine lord level? The pedestrians on both sides of the street looked at Fan Yunzhong in surprise. Move. The 2 guards who led the way saw the crowd outside the tea house and immediately shouted. Someone from the city lord's mansion. Everyone's pupils shrank as they hurriedly retreated to the side. The two guards quickly walked into the tea house. When they saw the corpses on the ground, their faces couldn't help but turn pale. The group of black-armored guards also did the same after entering the tea house. "What's wrong?" Fan Yunjong frowned. "Butler, look." The black-armored guards made way. Fan Yunjong walked in and glanced at the corpses of the Shao family's patriarch and the others. They must be the ones who killed the patriarch and young master. "Mr. Butler, you must avenge us." The two guards of the Shao family pointed at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf and roared. Fan Yunjong raised his head and looked at the man and the dog. "Beginner god of war. Beginner god of war." Immediately, he was slightly stunned. No. To be able to kill the Shao family's patriarch without causing any damage to the tea house, this was enough to show that the man and the dog had the ability to kill the Shao family's patriarch in an instant. Moreover, the two guards of the Shao family also said that the big dog had the cultivation of a half-step divine lord. It was precisely because of this that he came personally. In the Black Rock City, except for the dragon's messengers, a half-step divine lord was already an invincible existence. Fan Yunjong looked coldly at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf and said, "Killing the innocent and robbing the Shao family. How should you be punished?" "That's pretty impressive." The big black wolf snickered. "You're about to become the city lord, so of course you have to have some prestige." Qin Feiyang chuckled. "Didn't you hear me? Don't think that just because you're a half-step transcendent god, you have the right to behave atrociously in Blackstone City." Fan Yunjong roared furiously. A terrifying aura burst out from his body. Fan Yunjong has indeed stepped into the half-step paramount god stage. The original city lords of the Wu clan and the Shao clan were killed one after another. Now, in Blackrock City, only the Xia family is a match for Fan Yunjong. But the Xia family has always kept a low profile and has no intention of becoming the city lord. In my opinion, this time, it's very possible that Fan Yunjong will make a comeback and become the new city lord of our Blackrock City. Everyone whispered in each other's ears. However, Fan Yunjong heard every word of this discussion, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. This was what he needed. Because this way, it would be easier to obtain the position of city lord. The big black wolf rolled its eyes and looked at Fan Yunjong with grievance. "Lord Fan, this is wrongly accused. We didn't attack first." No matter who attacked first, killing people in Blackrock City is already a capital offense. Be honest and take the initiative to follow me to the city lord's mansion. Maybe you'll have a way out. But if you resist, you may die a worse death than the Shao clan. Fan Yunjong said. "Fuck." The big black wolf immediately cursed. "Be obedient." Qin Feiyang glared at the big black wolf, got up, looked at Fan Yunjong, and said with a smile, "Okay, we'll go with you." "What?" The big black wolf was stunned. Fan Yunjong was also a little stunned. He was just saying that casually. Because he didn't expect that the man and the dog would follow him obediently. He was even prepared to attack. But unexpectedly, the other party was actually so straightforward, which caught him a little off guard. The few workers were also in a state of confusion. They thought that the man and the dog were waiting for the city lord's mansion to come and make a big fuss. But they never expected that they were waiting for the city lord's mansion to arrest them. Was there something wrong with their heads? How could a person with a clear mind do such a stupid thing? Qin Feiyang led the big black wolf to Fan Yunjong's side and said with a smile, "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Fan Yunjong finally came back to his senses and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. He waved his hand and said, "Take them back to the city lord's mansion." Two black-armored guards immediately walked toward Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. "You dare to come close to me?" The big black wolf glared fiercely. The two black-armored guards' bodies stiffened slightly, and they turned to look at Fan Yunjong. Because they also heard what happened in the Shao clan. After all, the big black dog was a genuine half-step transcendent god. With their cultivation, they couldn't afford to offend it. Fan Yunjong frowned and waved his hand. "Let them go. That's more like it." The big black dog smiled proudly, glanced at the group of guards, and shouted, "Why aren't you leading the way? Is this a prisoner or a master?" The group of black-armored guards walked toward the city lord's mansion with dark faces. Qin Feiyang was neither happy nor worried along the way. The big black wolf raised its head proudly, striding forward as if it didn't recognize its own kin. Fan Yunzhong walked at the back, looking at the backs of the man and the dog. He was quite depressed. He was also thinking, was this a prisoner? Or a master? Not long after, a huge mansion came into sight. The mansion was heavily guarded. The 3 words City Lord's Mansion were like iron hooks and silver strokes, exuding a threatening aura. Sir. When they saw Fan Yunzhong, the 4 guards standing on both sides of the door immediately bowed. Yes. Fan Yunzhong nodded and said to the group of guards in front of him, I'll take them to see the emissary. You guys do your duty. Yes. The group of guards responded respectfully and spread out to guard the City Lord's mansion. Let's go. Fan Yunzhong glanced at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf, then strode into the City Lord's mansion and walked down a corridor. As Qin Feiyang walked, he looked around. Although he had been to the City Lord's mansion twice, it was the first time he walked in openly. Don't say. The layout of the City Lord's mansion was quite good. Rockery, fountain, garden, stream, arch bridges, towers, everything. Compared to the bustling outside, the City Lord's mansion seemed incomparably quiet. About a few hundred breaths passed. Finally, Qin Feiyang came to a familiar place. The backyard of the City Lord's mansion. Under the sunlight, the surface of the lake sparkled, and small fish could be faintly seen swimming in the water. A loft stood by the lake. And at this moment, just by the lake in front of the loft, a thin middle-aged man was sitting quietly on a bluestone, holding a fishing rod in his hand, obviously fishing. Fan Yunzhong brought Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf to the side of the bluestone and was about to speak. The middle-aged man was dressed in white, spotless, and exuded an ethereal aura. Without waiting for Fan Yunzhong to speak, the middle-aged man made a silent gesture. Fan Yunzhong hurriedly nodded, and also signaled Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf not to make a sound. Time passed by like this. The big black wolf was very impatient. He didn't know what Qin Feiyang was going to do. However, Qin Feiyang was very calm, and like the middle-aged man, he looked at the floating on the lake, without the slightest impatience. The more Fan Yunzhong looked, the more incredulous it was. How could there be such a calm person in the world? One must know. What he was facing now was the emissary of the dragons. Moreover, the cultivation of the emissary in front of him was even stronger than the previous emissary, Long Qi. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Fan Yunzhong had already roughly judged this person's cultivation. He was definitely an expert of the 9 heavens realm. Swish. Suddenly, the floating on the water suddenly sank. It's hooked. Qin Feiyang smiled. The middle-aged man also took the opportunity to lift the fishing rod, and a half-meter-long blackfish was directly pulled up. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. Congratulations, sir. Fan Yunzhong immediately flattered him. Isn't it just catching a fish? What's there to congratulate? The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled, took off the fishing hook, and put the black fish back into the lake. Fan Yunzhong looked a little embarrassed. It seemed that this emissary didn't like others to flatter him. The middle-aged man put down the fishing rod, turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf, and laughed. I heard that you robbed the Shao family, killed the father and son of the Shao family, and even slandered my dragons. It's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fan Yunzhong once again looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. He actually didn't have the slightest intention of quibbling. The middle-aged man didn't seem to be angry, and said with a faint smile, facing this seat, aren't you nervous? Why should I be nervous? Qin Feiyang asked back. The middle-aged man said, because this seat is a dragon, and you are a human. Shouldn't humans be naturally afraid of dragons? Naturally afraid? I don't agree with your words. That's because no matter if it's humans or dragons, they're just ants in this world. In other words, we are equal. Since we are equal, why should we be afraid? Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Haha, from the time when we were fishing, this seat had already seen that you are not an ordinary young man. Now that I look at it, it is indeed so. A temperament like yours is as rare as phoenix feathers and chileen horns among humans. The middle-aged man laughed and seemed to be somewhat admiring. You have a good temperament too. Unlike other dragons, who are overbearing, impetuous, and full of greed and intrigue. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, and there was also some appreciation. Ha, interesting. The middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh again. Fan Yunzhong and the big black wolf next to him were more and more puzzled. One was the emissary of dragons, whose duty was to defend the dignity of dragons. The other was a sinner who slandered dragons and despised dragons. When these two types of people met, shouldn't it be a scene of Mars colliding with Earth? Why was it that now they were happy and harmonious, as if they regretted not meeting sooner? Chapter 2403. The middle-aged man couldn't stop laughing. Qin Feiyang stood quietly on the ground, the corners of his mouth also pursed into a smile. It was as if he wasn't facing a powerful enemy now, but an old friend that he hadn't seen for many years. After a few breaths, the middle-aged man finally stopped laughing, a trace of disappointment crept up his face, and sighed, "It's a pity that you're not one of us dragons." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, "So, you still want to kill me? I'm very good at judging people. In the future, you will more or less have some achievements. If I keep you, I'm afraid you'll become a trouble for us dragons." The middle-aged man said. Qin Feiyang said, "Dragons are so powerful, are you still afraid of me, a junior of the future?" Junior of the future, the middle-aged man muttered, as if he thought of something, and sighed, "The juniors of the future are amazing, they can't be underestimated." Fan Yunzhang's eyes flashed, and asked, "Sir, are you referring to a person called Qin Feiyang? How do you know?" The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. Fan Yunzhang didn't panic, and said respectfully, "Lord Longqi told me." The middle-aged man was stunned, and frowned. "Longqi will tell you this?" "To tell you the truth, Lord Longqi has helped me before, so Lord Longqi trusts me more," Fan Yunzhang said. "Amazing." Qin Feiyang muttered secretly. This Fan Yunzhang was indeed a talent. In fact, Fan Yunzhang and Longqi didn't have any friendship at all. After all, he was just a small butler, and didn't have much weight at all. Usually, it would be difficult to even meet Longqi once. Not to mention the gratitude of recognizing his worth. But now, Longqi was already dead, Wu Dorwu and his son were also dead, so Fan Yunzhang could say whatever he wanted. As for the guards and servants of the city lord's mansion, usually, they all had their own duties. Who knew if Fan Yunzhang and Longqi had secretly contacted each other? So, the middle-aged man couldn't verify it. In this way, Fan Yunzhang had a relationship with Longqi, and naturally it was easier to gain the middle-aged man's trust. The most brilliant thing was, Fan Yunzhang mentioned Qin Feiyang. In the entire Divine Land, only the dragons and the dragon-slaying palace knew about Qin Feiyang's existence. The dragons hid this from the world because they were afraid of losing face. After all, he had repeatedly suffered losses in the hands of Qin Feiyang. If news of this were to spread, would the mighty dragons be unable to do anything to a mere monarch god? It would definitely affect the status of the dragons in the Divine Land. As for the Dragon Slayer Palace hiding the news, perhaps it was because they wanted to protect Qin Feiyang and didn't want him to attract too much attention. After all, there was an old saying that went, "The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be destroyed by the wind." Therefore, keeping a low profile was not necessarily a bad thing. The reason why Fan Yunzhang was said to be brilliant was because of this point. As a lowly butler, it was impossible for him to know about Qin Feiyang's existence from any other sources other than Longqi. Therefore, when the middle-aged man learned that Fan Yunzhang actually knew about Qin Feiyang, he would definitely believe most of it. The middle-aged man's face softened a lot and he asked, "What did Longqi say to you?" Fan Yunzhang glanced at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf and said, "Is it convenient to talk here?" "It's okay," the middle-aged man said. Lord Longqi said that Qin Feiyang is the descendant of Qin Batian and has an incredible divine weapon. He is a very difficult person to deal with. He also said that Qin Feiyang has already entered the Divine Land, but I don't know where he is hiding now. Fan Yunzhang said. He didn't say much. Because if he said that Qin Fei Yang had once seriously injured the dragons and greatly damaged the vitality of the ancestral dragons, the middle-aged man might become angry and kill him on the spot. In short, if he knew too much, he would inevitably be killed. Is that all? The middle-aged man asked indifferently. That's all. Fan Yunzhong nodded. The middle-aged man's face completely softened and he sighed. Although I have never met this Qin Fei Yang, he is indeed amazing. Even if I meet him, I can only escape. So powerful. Fan Yun had a very surprised look on his face. You don't understand. The middle-aged man shook his head, looked at Qin Fei Yang and said with a smile, so, you juniors must not be underestimated. However, he didn't know that the person standing in front of him was Qin Fei Yang. Qin Fei Yang said with a smile, after hearing what you said, I really want to see how great he is. Haha, he has an incredible divine weapon. Even if you meet him, what can you do? The middle-aged man was curious. So what if he has an incredible divine weapon? What I like the most is to challenge the impossible, especially when it comes to people of the same generation. Because I always believe that I will not lose. Qin Fei Yang said proudly. The middle-aged man looked at Qin Fei Yang in surprise. This little guy was really getting more and more interesting. If he could be taken into the Dragon God Palace, he might really be able to do something. The middle-aged man asked, What's your name? Where did you come from? Li Bu. I have no parents, I'm alone, and I have a dog as my companion. Qin Fei Yang said indifferently. The middle-aged man looked at the big black dog, and then looked at Qin Fei Yang. Suddenly, he released his majesty and pounced towards Qin Fei Yang. Fan Yunzhong and the big wolf retreated reflexively. But Qin Fei Yang did not tremble at all. Like an iron pine, he looked at the middle-aged man with fear. I admire you very much, but you are after all a human. The middle-aged man sighed, and a divine dragon power emerged, turning into a black arrow, carrying a shocking killing intent, shooting towards Qin Fei Yang's forehead. Oh no! The big black wolf's expression changed. However, Qin Fei Yang was still as steady as Mount Tai, looking straight at the black arrow, there was still no fear on his face. Seeing that the black arrow was about to pierce Qin Fei Yang's forehead. The sharpness had already torn the flesh between his eyebrows, and streams of blood flowed out. But at this moment, the black arrow suddenly dissipated again. Ha ha, the middle-aged man laughed again. This calm in the face of danger, neither servile nor overbearing, bravely facing death, the more he looked, the more satisfied he was. In fact, before, he was just probing. He wanted to see if this boy really had courage, or was he pretending to be calm? The result was obvious. Really courageous. Because before, although it was a test, he really had the intention to kill. In the face of this kind of death threat, if the other party was pretending, then he would inevitably reveal his true colors. However, this boy, even if the power of the dragon god was about to enter his forehead, there was no change in his expression. This kind of calmness could not be faked. Qin Fei Yang was still as calm as an ancient well. Because there was no reason to be afraid, if this man really wanted to kill him, he could definitely enter the castle in time at the last moment of his life. But the big black wolf was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. If Qin Fei Yang really died here, then it would definitely not be able to escape. Fortunately, nothing happened. However, now was not the time to relax. This middle-aged man's thoughts were hard to guess, and no one knew what would happen in the end. What the hell is he doing? Fan Yunzhong could not help but mutter. A moment later, the middle-aged man calmed down and looked at Qin Fei Yang. Are you interested in entering the Dragon God Palace? What? Fan Yunzhong looked at the middle-aged man in astonishment. He actually took the initiative to send out an invitation. This was the first time in the history of the Black Rock City. Not interested. Qin Fei Yang shook his head, and then said, however, I am interested in the resources of the Dragon God Palace. You are really direct. The middle-aged man laughed involuntarily. Qin Fei Yang said, I think it's better to be direct, it's too tiring to beat around the bush. Entering the Dragon God Palace, you can naturally enjoy endless resources. But the premise is, are you willing to go? The middle-aged man said. Qin Fei Yang said without hesitation, As long as there are resources that can make me stronger, I will go. But entering the Dragon God Palace, I'm afraid you will also end up with the reputation of a lackey. For example, you scolded the Shao father and son today, aren't you afraid? The middle-aged man joked. I am different from others. I am not trying to curry favor with you dragons, I am just using your resources to become stronger. Besides, in my eyes, there are no dragons or humans, only enemies and friends. Qin Feiyang said. Haha, only enemies and friends. I appreciate your frankness. Alright, you have passed the screening in advance. In the morning half a month, report to the City Lord's mansion. At that time, I will bring you to the Dragon God Palace to participate in the assessment. Remember, there will be no delay. The middle-aged man said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fan Yunzhong, send them out. The middle-aged man waved his hand, took out his fishing rod, sat on the bluestone, and continued to fish. Not only is he not punished, but he is also recruited into the Dragon God Palace. Fan Yunzhong was a little confused. This was completely different from what he had imagined. This new Dragon Clan emissary is really hard to figure out. After coming back to his senses, Fan Yunzhong muttered to himself, looked at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf, and said, let's go. Qin Feiyang nodded. One man and one wolf followed behind Fan Yunzhong and quickly left the way they came. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang stopped, turned to look at the middle-aged man, and said, do you know why I stayed in the tea house and didn't leave after killing the Shao father and son? The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. That's right. Why didn't you leave? Fan Yunzhong also looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Because I was waiting for the people from the City Lord's mansion. Qin Feiyang looked at Fan Yunzhong, then looked at the middle-aged man and smiled, because I want to see you. See me? The middle-aged man was stunned. Yes. The first step to entering the Dragon God Palace is to go through your screening. Of course I have to come to you. Qin Feiyang laughed. Ah. The middle-aged man was stunned and frowned. So, you were planning to enter the Dragon God Palace? That's right. But I still have to thank you for not killing me. See you in half a month's time. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, then took a step forward and left without looking back. Fan Yunzhong and the big black wolf also hurriedly followed, leaving the middle-aged man sitting alone by the lake, lost in thought. He was actually tricked. This human kid has some tricks up his sleeve. After a while, the middle-aged man came back to his senses and shook his head with a bitter smile. Chapter 2404. After leaving the backyard, Qin Feiyang went back the same way he came. The security in the mansion was also very tight. Whether it was the winding paths, the corridors, or the halls, they were all guarded by black-armored guards. The big black wolf followed behind Qin Feiyang, and it still hadn't recovered from the shock. At the instant the middle-aged man attacked Qin Feiyang, its heart nearly jumped out of its chest. Fan Yunzhong didn't say a word along the way. He kept staring at Qin Feiyang's back, his eyes flickering. Who was this person? Why did it feel like there was a veil on his body? As a member of the Dragon Slayer Palace, he had the obligation to do certain things. For example, strangling. The person in front of him had courage and brains. He reckoned that he was also talented. If he really entered the Dragon God Hall, he would probably be a future opponent of the Dragon Slayer Palace. So, he wondered if he should find a chance to get rid of the man and the dog. Are you planning to get rid of me? Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind. Fan Yunzhang's eyes trembled slightly. He actually guessed what he was thinking. I know you're a member of the Dragon Slayer Palace, so it's not difficult to guess what you're thinking at this moment. Qin Feiyang smiled and said. It was still a telepathic message. How did you know? Fan Yunzhong was shocked. What do you think? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Fan Yunzhang's pupils shrank as he sized up Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. He suddenly said in shock, you only realized it now? You're really stupid. The big black wolf rolled its eyes at him. Fan Yunzhong couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, Can you blame me? You're too good at hiding it. How is it? This battle of wits and courage is passable. Qin Feiyang asked. It's more than passable. It's perfect. Now I finally know why the Qin Emperor ignored everyone's objections and insisted on making you the young lord. With your temperament and methods, the other 3 Third Supremes simply can't compare to you. Fan Yunzhong thought. Objection? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He frowned and asked, who objected? Fan Yunzhong said, this subordinate has no authority to speak of these matters, nor do I dare to speak recklessly. What a taboo! Could it be the other 3 emperors? Something's not right. Lu Xingyang probably won't object. Then there are only 2 emperors left. Maybe it's not just them. Some of the 8 great divine emperors might also be against it. Am I right? Qin Feiyang said. Fan Yunzhong stared blankly at Qin Feiyang. Just from his previous attitude and tone, she was able to deduce so many things. Just how terrifying was this young lord? Qin Feiyang shot a glance at Fan Yunzhong and said coolly, looks like I was right. This subordinate is truly convinced. Fan Yunzhong did not answer directly, but his expression was full of admiration. The other 2 emperors, 8 great divine emperors, interesting. It seems that the dragon-slaying palace is not as united as you said. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Fan Yunzhong smiled awkwardly. Let's not talk about the dragon-slaying palace for now. Now that the Shao family's patriarch is dead, your position as the city lord is basically secured. You have to hurry up and find me an alchemy fire and an alchemy furnace. Qin Feiyang said. Young lord, do you mean that you killed the Shao family's patriarch for me? Fan Yunzhong was suspicious. Isn't that nonsense? Big brother wanted to kill the Shao family's patriarch when he heard that he wanted to compete for the city lord's position. As for meeting this messenger of the dragons, it's just a matter of convenience. Big Black Wolf secretly said. Fan Yunzhong was moved when he heard this. He hurriedly transmitted his voice, thank you, young lord, for sharing my worries. It's a piece of cake. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Big Black Wolf suddenly asked, old Fan, is there any threat to the Xia family? The Xia family? Fan Yunzhong thought for a moment and shook his head. The Xia family has always been well behaved. Their disciples are also relatively low-key. There shouldn't be any threat. Shouldn't? So you're not sure? Big Black Wolf rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. He transmitted his voice, Big brother, why don't we go and destroy the Xia family again? Keep your thoughts to yourself. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Big brother, you're going too far. What thoughts would I have? I'm doing this for old Fan. Threats have to be eliminated immediately to prevent any changes. Old Fan, don't you think so? Big Black Wolf poked Fan Yunzhong's back and winked. Fan Yunzhong laughed and said, young lord, whatever you say. Old man, you really don't know what's good for you. Big Black Wolf glared at him fiercely. Fan Yunzhong smiled and didn't say anything. The Wu family, the Shao family, and the former city lord provoked me first. That's why I dealt with them. But the Xia family has no enmity with us. Aren't you looking for trouble by going to deal with them? Don't think that I don't know that you're addicted to robbing. You're thinking about their treasure trove and herb fields. Qin Feiyang said. How is that possible? Am I that kind of greedy wolf? Big Black Wolf's thoughts were seen through, and he began to feel guilty. It doesn't matter if you are or not. In short, if others don't provoke us, we can't take the initiative to stir up trouble. This is the principle. Qin Feiyang said. Big Black Wolf said, then what if we have no choice but to take the initiative to stir up trouble? Why do you have so many questions? Qin Feiyang glared at him angrily. Big Black Wolf said aggrievedly, I'm just taking precautions. Fan Yunzhong shook his head and smiled. He transmitted his voice, young lord, speaking of the Shao family, I forgot about someone. Shao Da? Qin Feiyang asked. You know about this too? Fan Yunzhong was stunned. It's not a secret. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. That's true. The Shao father and son were killed. I think this Shao Da is very likely to return to Black Rock City. If he wants to fight for the position of city lord on a whim, then to be honest, I'm a little guilty. After all, he's from the Dragon God Palace. Fan Yunzhong said. Qin Feiyang asked, then do you know what his cultivation base is? Fan Yunjong pondered for a while and said, I heard from Wu Dorwu that Xiao Die broke through to the Paragon God Realm more than 10 years ago. Paragon God Realm? If he really dares to come back, I'll make sure that he can never go back. Of course. Even if he stays in the Dragon God Palace, he'll still die. Qin Feiyang said. Fan Yunzhang's heart trembled. With a few simple words, he announced Xiao Die's death sentence. This young lord was really a terrifying person. Before this, he still thought that this young lord was a kind and benevolent person. Not only did he help him improve his cultivation base, but he also helped him open the door of potential. One had to know. The door of potential was extremely important to a person. For example, to comprehend, and create divine arts, all of these required the gate of potential. Because the more the door of potential was opened, the higher one's potential and comprehension ability. It could be said that those who didn't open the door of potential and those who opened the door of potential were completely different. For example, the speed of cultivation, the speed of refining soul stones, after opening the door of potential, would be faster than others. The door of potential could even affect the profound meaning of becoming a god. After opening the door of potential, it was easier to comprehend. In short, the door of potential was the treasure of the human body, which was endlessly useful. If it were others, even relatives and friends, they wouldn't be so generous, let alone their superior and subordinate relationship. Even Fan Yunjong was worried that such an indecisive young lord would not be able to achieve anything. Until now. Only then did he truly understand Qin Feiyang. The young lord's benevolence and kindness were for the people around him. Towards the enemy, he was decisive and would never give the other party a chance. Fan Yunzhang's heart was a little happy. Because he had followed a wise master. Fan Yunzhong said telepathically, Young lord, actually, there is another task for you. Task? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously. This task is a little troublesome, so I didn't tell you before. The higher-ups said that all the city lords in the north must be replaced by people from the Dragon Slayer Palace. Fan Yunzhong secretly said. What? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Fan Yunzhong laughed and said, I knew that you would have such a reaction. Are you joking with me? Qin Feiyang frowned. Would I dare to joke with you? This is indeed the task given to you by the higher-ups. Fan Yunzhong smiled bitterly. All the cities in the north? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked, how many cities are there in the north? I have calculated that there are a total of 1,200 cities, big and small. Fan Yunzhong said. Get lost. Qin Feiyang shook his head and left. What kind of joke was this? How much time would it take to change the city lords of 1,200 cities? He was not so free. Young lord, Fan Yunzhong hurriedly chased after him and said secretly, don't be angry. Actually, this is for your own good. Because these people are the same as me. They only listen to your orders. Think about it, if you can do it, then the entire north will be under your control. To put it boldly, you will be the ruler of the divine land north. Fan Yunzhong persuaded earnestly. I can't even manage the Black Tortoise realm. How can I have time to care about other people's business? I'm not afraid of trouble, I'm very, very afraid, understand? Qin Feiyang glared at him angrily. Fan Yunzhong smiled bitterly. This young lord was truly an oddball. If it were someone else, they would be overjoyed. Go and tell that divine general to stop bothering me, or I'll beat him up too. Qin Feiyang snorted and walked out of the gate of the City Lord mansion with Big Black Wolf without looking back. Fan Yunzhong stood at the door at a loss. The divine general was high and mighty. What could he say? Besides, the divine general had already left. He had no chance to say anything. It was a good thing to meet such a young lord, but it was also a headache. Sigh. With a low sigh, Fan Yunzhong turned and left. The most important thing now was to take the position of the City Lord of Black Rock City. As for the young lord, he could slowly persuade him later. What's going on? They actually came out alive. The guards outside the door looked at the backs of Qin Feiyang and Big Black Wolf with a shocked expression. Originally, they all thought that the man and dog would definitely die, but they did not expect that they would run out alive and kicking. It was really strange. Chapter 2405. Walking on the street, it also aroused the suspicions of countless people. In everyone's eyes, the city lord's mansion was a tiger's den. If they were invited in, it would be fine. But if they were arrested, it would definitely be a situation of death. But the man and the dog were unharmed. And looking at them, they seemed to have gained something. What was going on? Could it be that this new messenger of the dragons had a grudge with the Shao family? Was he protecting this man and the dog? What did you say? They're not dead. Shao family's mansion. In a large hall. A woman in black looked at a guard below with a face full of disbelief. This person was Shao Yunwen's mother, the wife of the Shao family's master. The guard nodded and said, "A family disciple saw it with his own eyes. It's absolutely true." "Why?" "Looted the Shao family's treasure vault and herb field, and killed my husband and child. Why didn't the city lord's mansion enforce the law impartially and kill them?" The woman in black said angrily, "Madam, 2 city lords have died one after another. A new city lord has not been chosen yet. I'm afraid this matter has something to do with the new messenger of the dragons." The guard said in a deep voice. "The messenger of the dragons." The woman in black's pupils shrank, full of fear. The guard suggested, "Madam, why don't we ask the second master to come back? The second master is from the dragon god's palace. Maybe the messenger of the dragons will give him some face." The woman in black was silent for a while, then waved her hand and said, "Send someone to follow them first. No matter what, we can't let them escape." "Yes." The guard responded respectfully, turned around, and walked out of the hall quickly. "No matter who you are, I must kill you." The woman in black murmured, her face full of resentment, and then took out the image crystal. Back to Qin Fei Yang. He turned a blind eye to the strange looks he encountered along the way. Big Black Wolf was in high spirits. Many people thought that he and Qin Fei Yang would die in the city lord's mansion. But now, they came out alive. Looking at such a person's face, it felt relieved. "Sir was so awesome." "So what?" "Bite me." But gradually. Qin Fei Yang couldn't help but frown. When he saw the big black wolf beside him flaunting its prowess, the anger in his heart immediately flared up. "Can you change this bad habit of yours? You didn't notice anyone following us?" Qin Fei Yang thought. "What? Someone is following us?" The big black wolf was startled and immediately turned to look behind. More than 10 meters away, there were 2 middle-aged men in ordinary clothes mixed in with the pedestrians. Seeing the big black wolf turn its head, the 2 of them immediately looked around as if they were shopping. The big black wolf's eyesight wasn't very good, so it didn't notice them. It turned back to look at Qin Fei Yang and thought, "Is there really someone following us? Don't try to scare me. Am I in the mood to scare you?" Qin Fei Yang rolled his eyes at it. The big black wolf asked suspiciously, "Then do you know who they are?" "Right now, Fan Yunzhong has the final say in the city lord's mansion, so it can't be someone from the city lord's mansion." "Then there is only one possibility left. The Shao family," Qin Fei Yang said. "Where are they?" "I'll go and destroy them now." A cold light flashed in the big black wolf's eyes. "No need. They are all small fries. Just get rid of them," Qin Fei Yang said as he scanned the front. 100 meters away, he saw an alley. "Follow me." The man and the wolf sped up and quickly entered the alley. The 2 middle-aged men looked at each other and hurriedly ran into the alley. But when they entered the alley, they found that Qin Fei Yang and the big black wolf were already gone. "It seems that they found us. What do we do now? What else can we do? We must go back and report to Madam. We only hope that Madam won't blame us for not doing a good job." The 2 of them sighed, turned around, and merged into the crowd, disappearing. So it's them. In the ancient castle. The big black wolf looked at the image in the void with a trace of annoyance. They were so close, but they didn't notice them. This was really a disgrace in the life of a wolf. Qin Fei Yang waved his hand, and the image in the void disappeared. He called out, "Fire Lotus." Not long after he finished speaking, Huolian walked in from the outside and entered the hall of the castle. "Help me organize the treasures looted from the Shao family. If this wolf cub dares to embezzle, you know what to do." Qin Feiyang smiled. I know. Fire Lotus glanced at the big black wolf with a smile in her eyes. Looking at Fire Lotus's eyes, the big black wolf couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Time passed day by day. 3 days later, the city lord's mansion finally issued an announcement. Fan Yunzhong officially succeeded the city lord's position. And on the same day, the registration to participate in the Dragon God Palace's examination officially opened. When this news came out, many people immediately rushed to the city lord's mansion. Some were aiming for the Dragon God Palace's resources. But there were also people who sincerely surrendered. After all, the dragons had controlled the divine land for too long, and a large number of people had already accepted the rule of the dragons. Some people even felt that entering the Dragon God Palace was a kind of glory to bring glory to their ancestors. Humans. They all had their own thoughts. Not everyone was like the people of the dragon-slaying palace. Of course. Not everyone could enter the Dragon God Palace. Just the first stage of the selection of the dragon's messengers had stumped countless people. Soon. Half a month passed. Early in the morning, Qin Feiyang woke up from his seclusion. He looked around the castle and the small courtyard outside, but didn't see Fire Lotus and the big black wolf. He washed up, changed into clean clothes, and prepared to leave. Qin Dage, at this time. Fire Lotus's voice sounded. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw Fire Lotus and the big black wolf coming back from outside. Landing in front of Qin Feiyang, Fire Lotus smiled and said, I came back to remind you, but I didn't expect you to come out of seclusion already. How could I forget such an important thing? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, but you guys, where did you come from? The desert of death. Yesterday was the day the divine treasury opened, so I took the big black wolf to open it. While I was at it, I also put the divine weapons and divine arts that I looted from the Shao family into the divine treasury. Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and said with a smile, although I am the ruler of the Black Tortoise world in name, in fact, you are the one doing all these things. I'm just bored. Fire Lotus smiled. You are not bored, you just want to help me share some of the pressure. If I have to take care of both the outside and the Black Tortoise world, I won't be able to handle it. Qin Feiyang shook his head. How could he not know what Fire Lotus was thinking? He was sincerely grateful to Fire Lotus. Because at least, he didn't have to worry about the Black Tortoise world now. Fire Lotus giggled. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said, how about this, I'll go find you some helpers? Sure. Fire Lotus nodded. Okay. I'll go out first. Qin Feiyang said. Aren't you going to ask how many crystal veins, soul veins, herbs, and soul stones we got from the Shao family this time? Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, no need, as long as you know. Fire Lotus was secretly delighted. This was his unconditional trust in her. Qin Feiyang looked at the big black wolf and said, are you going to stay here or go outside with me? Of course we're going outside. The big black wolf didn't even think about it. To be honest, I really don't want to take you with me. Qin Feiyang had a look of disdain. Then I'm sorry, this emperor has decided to rely on you forever. The big black wolf smiled slyly. Qin Feiyang was speechless and was about to leave with the big black wolf. Qin Dage, wait a little longer. Fire Lotus said again. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at her suspiciously. Fire Lotus said suspiciously, I don't know if it's an illusion these years in the Black Tortoise world, but I keep feeling that the Black Tortoise world seems to have changed a little. Changed? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. It seems to have become bigger than before. Why don't you take a look? Fire Lotus said. I'll have to take a look. Qin Feiyang nodded. If it really had become bigger, it would be a joyous occasion for the creatures of the Black Tortoise world. Because the Black Tortoise world had become bigger, it could accommodate more creatures. Qin Feiyang closed his eyes and extended his perception. Soon, his perception spread throughout the entire Black Tortoise world. The Netherworld Sea. The Desert of Death. The Land of the Devil. Soul Sealing Valley. Including the size of the entire Black Tortoise world and the appearance of the mountains, there were no changes. However, He slowly discovered that the black tortoise world's overall area seemed to have increased a little. But it wasn't obvious. After all, for a vast continent, it was hard to see these changes when it was only 1 or 2 meters wide. This is very important. For the next period of time, you'll focus on observing this. If there's a situation, tell me immediately. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and looked at Fire Lotus. Okay. Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and left the black tortoise world with the big black wolf, appearing in the small alley from before. Big brother, there's something I've wanted to say to you for a long time. The big black wolf hesitated for a moment and sent a message to Qin Feiyang. What? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Big sister is a good helper. Don't be like a block of wood. The big black wolf thought. Good helper. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He directly knocked the big black wolf's head and said angrily, "What are you thinking about all day long? Good helper, wasn't that his wife?" However, he and Huolian had a pure sibling relationship. "I'm doing this for your own good." The big black wolf lowered his head and said, "Let me tell you, don't say such things in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Qin Feiyang glared at him. He didn't want to break this layer of relationship with Fire Lotus. Because some things, once exposed, would slowly change. The big black wolf felt extremely wronged. It was truly a dog-biting Lu Dongbin, not knowing how to appreciate kindness. Qin Feiyang ignored it and closed his eyes to sense the location of the 3 Black Panther brothers. If he wanted to go to the Dragon God Palace, he would definitely have to leave the Black Rock City. It was even possible that he wouldn't come back in the future. So before he left, he had to meet the 3 Black Panther brothers. After all, during this period of time, in order to help him find medicinal herbs, the 3 Black Panther brothers had done their best. As a person, one had to know how to be grateful. Chapter 2406. Soon. Qin Feiyang found the location of the 3 Black Leopard brothers, which was not far from the Black Rock City. After giving the coordinates, the 3 Black Leopard brothers also used the teleportation altar and quickly descended into the alley. "Why are you with him?" Seeing the big black wolf at the side, the 3 Black Leopard brothers were rather surprised. And discovered. This fellow had actually broken through to the half-step Supreme God realm. Hee hee. The big black wolf laughed proudly. "How are the medicinal herbs?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Without saying a word, the 3 Black Leopard brothers each took out a Chenkuan bag and threw it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed the 3 Chenkuan bags and checked them one by one. So many. A trace of surprise quickly crept onto his face. The 3 Chenkuan bags added up to 100. Moreover, all of them had roots. Especially the condensing fire jade used to refine the Chaos Divine Pill, there were actually more than 30 of them. Black Leopard's eldest brother smiled obsequiously. "From these medicinal herbs, I believe you can tell that we haven't been lazy in the past 2 years. More than 2 years? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Thinking about it carefully, he had indeed been separated from the 3 Black Leopard brothers for more than 2 years. Because the last time he went into seclusion to break through to the Great Divine Lord, it took him more than 2 years. As for the 3 Black Leopard brothers, in these 2 years, from Cloud Mountain Village to Black Rock City, they had almost turned the sky upside down. "Thank you for your hard work." Qin Feiyang sent the Chenkuan bag to the castle and handed it to the Fire Lotus, then looked at the 3 Black Leopard brothers and smiled. "It's not hard, it's not hard." The 3 Black Leopard brothers shook their heads, but their eyes were filled with desire. Obviously. They were still thinking about the legendary level artifact. Qin Feiyang naturally understood what they were thinking. But now, he was in a difficult position. Because the other 2 legendary artifact, Fire Lotus, had been placed in the Divine Treasury. He had to keep the remaining Coiling Dragon Rod and Azure Phoenix Sword for himself. "You're not going to go back on your word, are you? Let me tell you, in order to find these medicinal herbs, we've all risked our lives. There were a few times when I fought a few beast emperors, I almost lost my life." The eldest Black Leopard said. Black Panther number 2 and Black Panther number 3 also nodded repeatedly, indicating that they had the same experience. Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly. "I knew you humans were unreliable. Fine. We don't want this legendary divine artifact. Just help us remove the control. In any case, we didn't have much hope in the beginning. The three Black Leopard brothers were extremely resentful, like three little widows who had been wronged. Qin Feiyang's face was burning. The three Black Leopard brothers had indeed done their best. If he did not give them some benefits, it would really not make sense. The big black wolf didn't know what was going on. But after listening to these conversations, he roughly understood what was going on. It looked at the three Black Leopard brothers and looked at Qin Feiyang with admiration. Big brother, I admire you the most. You are my idol. If you go back on your words, I will be very disappointed. Big brother? The three Black Leopard brothers looked at the big black wolf in astonishment. The big black wolf smiled proudly and said, "You guys still don't know, right? I've already acknowledged him as my big brother. What's going on? Haven't you always disliked humans?" The three Black Leopard brothers were puzzled. The big black wolf said, "He's an exception." Exception? The three Black Leopard brothers were stunned. They sized up Qin Feiyang and really couldn't see that he was an exception. He was as shameless and deceitful as other humans. Cough, cough. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and looked at the three Black Leopard brothers with a smile. "I found that you guys are quite capable. It just so happens that I'm also preparing to find a few helpers for Fire Lotus. Why don't you guys go and help her?" "What the hell? You want us to be your coolie? No way," the three Black Leopard brothers said angrily. Don't. The big black wolf hurriedly ran to the three Black Leopard brothers and whispered, "Brothers, are you stupid? Why don't you cherish such a good opportunity?" "Opportunity? Wolf pup, are you dreaming? How can this be called an opportunity? He just wants to find a few free coolies." The three Black Leopard brothers snorted. The big black wolf was stunned and sighed. "It seems that you guys don't know Qin Feiyang well." "Qin Feiyang? Isn't his name Gao Xiaosan?" The big Black Leopard brother was suspicious. "That's a fake name. His real name is Qin Feiyang. He's a descendant of Qin Batian. Now, he's the young lord of the dragon-slaying palace. Come. Let me tell you guys, look at my cultivation. Have I broken through to the half-step supreme god level? Peel off this fur and look at my glabella. Is there the mark of the gate of potential? Let me tell you, this is all given to me by Qin Feiyang." The big black wolf brought the three Black Leopard brothers and ran to a corner inside, whispering to each other. The three Black Leopard brothers exclaimed from time to time. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, ignoring them. After a while, the big black wolf finally finished and asked, "Now tell me, is this an opportunity?" Yes. The three Black Leopard brothers kept nodding. "That's why I said you guys are stupid. Let me tell you, when you enter the Black Tortoise world, you must curry favor with Big Sister. Because Big Brother's treasures are all under her care. As long as you curry favor with her, what's a legendary artifact? You can step into the half-step supreme god level and open the gate of potential." The big black wolf said. "Makes sense," the big Black Leopard brother whispered. He looked at the two brothers and asked, "Second brother, third brother, let's just make a happy decision like this?" "Of course." Black Panther second and Black Panther third elders nodded. After the discussion, the four beasts returned to Qin Feiyang. "Big brother. After my strict criticism and education, they already know their mistakes. And they promised again and again. They will follow Big Sister and take care of the affairs of the Black Tortoise world." The big black wolf said valiantly. "Isn't this persuasion? How did it become criticism and education? You really don't forget to show off at all times. A leopard can't change its spot." The three brothers glanced at the big black wolf, their eyes full of disdain. Of course, Qin Feiyang wouldn't believe the big black wolf's nonsense. He ignored it and looked at the three brothers, asking, "Have you really decided?" "Yes. Besides, we don't dare to say no now. Because we already know your secret. If we say we're leaving now, you'll definitely kill us." The three brothers said helplessly. "Pretty smart. All right, you guys go find the Fire Lotus. As for whether you can obtain these fortunes, it'll depend on your own abilities." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, he sent the three brothers to the Black Tortoise world. Big brother, I helped you persuade these three capable generals. Should I get a reward? The big black wolf smiled at Qin Fei Yang. Whether they're capable generals or not, we'll know in the future. But the reward can't be little. Hurry up and turn into a dog. This is the reward. Qin Fei Yang joked. The big black wolf bared his teeth. He wanted to bite him, but he didn't have the guts. Qin Fei Yang smiled. He took out an illusory form pill and threw it into his mouth. He turned into the appearance of a muscular young man. This was the appearance he had when he went to meet the dragon's messenger half a month ago. The city lord's mansion. In front of the gate. The black armored guards were like iron spears. They stood straight and gave off a sharp aura. Fan Yunzhong stood in the middle of the gate. He wore a black robe and had his hands behind his back. Ever since he became the city lord, his appearance was completely different from before. His temperament was also different from before, bringing with it a great sense of oppression. Outside the gate, a group of people gathered. There were about 100 people. There were men and women, old and young. Their cultivation was also different. There were war gods and divine lords. Everyone's face was filled with anticipation and excitement. That's right. They were the people who passed the selection of the dragon's messenger and were about to go to the Dragon God Palace to take the test. Look, it's him. After disappearing for half a month, he finally appeared. But what is he doing here? Could it be that he is also going to the Dragon God Palace? But these days, I haven't seen him come to register. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes looked in a certain direction, only to see a man and a dog slowly walking over. It was Qin Fei Yang and the big black wolf. Young lord. Fan Yunzhang's cold face also showed a slight change, but he quickly concealed it. The people here are all going to the Dragon God Palace for the test. What are you guys here for? Suddenly, a blue-clothed young man stood in front of Qin Fei Yang and the big black wolf, raising his eyebrows. Qin Fei Yang was slightly stunned. He looked at the blue-clothed young man and lowered his head to look at the big black wolf. He said, "Don't you think that this person looks familiar?" "Yes, I think I've seen him somewhere before." The big black wolf nodded. Hey, don't go too far. We met at the Phoenix Bamboo House half a month ago. The blue-clothed young man said angrily. Phoenix Bamboo House? Half a month ago? Qin Fei Yang was startled. Big brother, I remember now. He's the one who was slapped by you. Trash. When the big black wolf said the word trash, he grinned at the blue-clothed young man. The provocation was no longer concealed. So it's him. Qin Fei Yang suddenly realized. He looked at the blue-clothed young man and laughed. I'm sorry, my memory is bad. I can't even remember the names of ordinary people. They are obviously humiliating Cai Xiaosha on purpose. This is too much. How dare you be so arrogant after coming to the city lord's mansion, and the city lord is still standing at the door. Everyone immediately began to discuss angrily. The blue-clothed young man was also furious. So your name is Cai Xiaosha. You are indeed a noob. The big black wolf laughed. You, the furious Cai Xiaosha raised his fist and smashed it at the big black wolf. Are you not afraid of death? The big black wolf glared at him. Cai Xiaosha shivered. How could he forget that this bastard was a half-step transcendent god? He quickly withdrew his fist and retreated. Apart from fear, there was also hatred in his eyes. Don't be so arrogant if you don't have the ability. The big black wolf laughed disdainfully. It seems like you're the arrogant one. Some people grumbled in their hearts. However, they did not dare to say anything in front of their strength. This was the cruelty of the world. The weak did not even have the right to express their opinions. Chapter 2407. After that, dozens of people came one after another. When these people saw Qin Fei Yang and the big black wolf, they were also a little stunned. However, basically, they were very tactful. Qin Fei Yang also stood on the side, closing his eyes to rest, looking out of place. As for the big black wolf, it glanced at the group of people, its eyes flashing. No one knew what kind of conspiracy it was planning. The sun was high in the sky. Da. Accompanied by a steady sound of footsteps, the messenger of the dragons came out of the city lord mansion. Behind him, there was a middle-aged man. At this moment, he was wearing a black robe, about 7 feet tall, his body was quite thin, his eye bags were sunken, and his pair of deep black eyes were obviously a little cold. Why is he here? When I came to sign up last time, I didn't see him. Someone looked at the man in black and said in surprise. Greetings to the messenger. Fan Yunjong bowed. The black-armored guard knelt on one knee. Greetings to the messenger. Seeing this, the participants of the assessment also knelt down and kowtowed. But Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf did not. They were like cranes in a flock of chickens, looking particularly dazzling. The man in black standing behind the messenger of the dragons immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. In his eyes, a trace of killing intent immediately emerged. At the same time, Qin Feiyang frowned and slowly opened his eyes. That was because he could feel the killing intent. Looking at Fan Yunjong, and then at the messenger of the dragons, Qin Feiyang's eyes finally fell on the man in black. The killing intent came from this person. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Who was this person? At that time in the backyard, he didn't see this person. Moreover, judging from the aura, this person's cultivation was not very strong. Could it be the subordinate of the messenger of the dragons? What? They didn't kneel? The others also slowly discovered that Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf were still standing, and their hearts were suddenly shocked. Should there be a limit to arrogance? Standing there was the messenger of the dragons. This man and dog were really lawless. Go crazy. Continue to be arrogant. When the emissary gets angry, it will be the time of your death. Cai Xiaosha sneered inwardly. Li Bu big black dog, don't be rude. Hurry up and kneel before Lord Envoy. Fan Yun shouted. He was also extremely nervous. Even though the envoy of the dragon clan admired the young exalted lord, there were still so many people watching. If he were to ignore it, it would damage his reputation as the envoy of the dragon clan. The murderous intent in the black-clothed man's eyes intensified. He said respectfully to the dragon's messenger, Lord Messenger, this man and dog are too daring. Let me kill them. The messenger of the dragons looked at Qin Feiyang silently. The scene was dead silent. Everyone's heartbeats could be heard. The big black wolf was also rather perturbed. However, Qin Feiyang remained indifferent. He didn't even try to avoid the gaze of the dragon's messenger. The man in black said again, My lord, this kid is too arrogant. Please give the order. Yes. You deserve death for offending your superiors. The blue-clothed young man also roared coldly. Motherfucker, how dare he stir up trouble? The big black wolf stared at Cai Xiaosha, his eyes flashing fiercely. Suddenly, the dragon's messenger's eyes darkened. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Why don't you kneel? I only kneel to my parents. I don't kneel to the heavens and earth. I don't kneel to any living beings. Qin Feiyang said lightly. He's still so arrogant. Oh my God. How can there be such a bold person in this world? Not kneeling to the heavens and earth. Does he really think he's invincible? Everyone glanced at Qin Feiyang, their eyes full of contempt. That's right. It's best if he can be more arrogant. Otherwise, how can I have the chance to get rid of you? Cai Xiaosha laughed in his heart. In his opinion, Qin Feiyang's behavior was very, very stupid. He was courting death. The scene fell into dead silence again. Looking at Qin Feiyang, no one knew what the dragon's messenger was thinking. Qin Feiyang was still the same. If he dared to force him to kneel, then he would definitely make this dragon's messenger regret. Although the ninth heaven realm was very strong, it was not impossible to kill. After a long time, the dragon's messenger suddenly smiled, raised his hand to the people kneeling on the ground and said, All of you, get up. What? He's not going to pursue the matter. What's going on? Everyone was suddenly dumbfounded. The black-clothed man and Cai Xiaosha's expression was incomparably exaggerated. Their angry mouths were wide enough to stuff an egg into. Fan Yunjong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had heard of Qin Feiyang's methods, he had not seen it with his own eyes. Moreover, this dragon's messenger had the cultivation of the ninth heaven realm, so it was inevitable that he was worried. You are all selected by this seat. I believe that as long as you are willing to work hard, your future achievements will be extraordinary. And the Dragon God Palace. The Dragon God Palace is a sacred cultivation ground that countless people yearn for. The dragon's messenger smiled faintly. These were all words of encouragement and introduced the basic situation of the Dragon God Palace. Big brother, are you really not afraid at all? The big black wolf asked. Afraid of what? Qin Feiyang said. The big black wolf secretly said, I know you have the ability to kill him, but if you show these trump cards, your identity will also be exposed. That's right. But it turns out that what I did was correct. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Why do you look like you already know that he won't make a move on you? The big black wolf was suspicious. To get along with a person, you must first understand the other party's character. The dragon's messenger in front of you is the kind of person who is proud but not arrogant, humble but not humble, and has a simple temperament. What he values is not a person's attitude, nor a person's family background, but their temperament and talent. In fact, this kind of person hates flattery the most. If you show your true ability and can make him look at you in a different light, then as long as you don't touch his bottom line, he won't be calculative. Qin Feiyang secretly said. So that's the case. The big black wolf was suddenly enlightened and asked suspiciously, then how did you see through it? Fishing. Qin Feiyang said. Fishing? You can see a person's character by fishing? The big black wolf was stunned. Of course. Fishing is a small test of one's patience, and a big test of one's state of mind. Of course, just fishing is not enough. It depends on his words and actions. Back then, it was when I talked to him that I figured out his personality. Qin Feiyang smiled. I see. The big black wolf nodded in realization. Some people like to flatter. There are also some people who love vanity. And some people are sinister and cunning. If someone likes it, then there will definitely be someone who hates it. In short, you have to use different methods to deal with different people. Using an old saying, you have to prescribe the right medicine for the illness. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Amazing. As expected of my idol. The big black wolf laughed. Unknowingly, he learned some skills from Qin Feiyang. During the conversation, the dragon's messenger also finished the introduction. This is the basic situation of the Dragon God Palace. As for the details, after you successfully enter the Dragon God Palace, you can slowly understand it. Next, Xiao Da will bring you to the Dragon God Palace to participate in the assessment. Xiao Da, I believe the people of Blackrock City are familiar with him. Before the assessment, you have to listen to him. The dragon's messenger pointed to the man in black next to him and said. So his Xiao Da. Qin Feiyang muttered. No wonder he showed killing intent to him. No wonder he wanted to kill him again and again. Interesting. The dragon's messenger asked, do you have any other questions? No. Everyone shook their heads. Good. The dragon's messenger nodded, turned to look at Xiao Da, and said, bring them there. Yes. Xiao Da nodded respectfully, then waved his hand, and more than a dozen altars appeared, neatly arranged in the sky, and shouted, everyone go up. Hearing this, the group hurriedly rushed toward the altars. Let's go too. Qin Feiyang called the big black wolf and walked toward one of the altars. Young lord, you have to be careful. This Xiao Da will definitely harm you on the way. Fan Yunzhang's voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. When did he come back? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. A few days ago. But seeing that he was quite honest, this subordinate did not disturb you, young lord. But not long ago, he came to find the dragon's messenger and said that he wanted to go back to the Dragon God Palace, so why not let him take you there? Originally, the dragon's messenger planned to personally take you to the Dragon God Palace, but when he heard Xiao Da's words, he found it troublesome, so he agreed. But this subordinate knows that this Xiao Da is definitely coming for you. Fan Yunzhong secretly said. It doesn't matter. As for the alchemy fire, are you ready? Qin Feiyang asked via voice transmission. I'm still missing a cluster of second-grade alchemy fire. When this subordinate finds it, I'll personally send it to you. Fan Yunzhong said. Good. Qin Feiyang responded and jumped onto the altar with the big black wolf. It was really fate. Cai Xiaoshe was also on the altar. Seeing Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf come up, Cai Xiaoshe's face suddenly had a trace of displeasure. What bad luck. Everywhere they went, they would bump into each other. The dragon's messenger glanced at everyone, and his eyes suddenly fell on Qin Feiyang. He said lightly, "Little guy, don't let this lord down." The group immediately stared at Qin Feiyang in surprise. The dragon's messenger actually talked to him alone. Don't let this lord down. From what he said, it seemed that he appreciated this person. What was going on? They did not see him at the registration, but now he suddenly came. After coming here, he also had an arrogant attitude. He even openly contradicted the dragon's messenger. However, not only did the dragon's messenger not blame him, he even appreciated him. Isn't this too outrageous? Cai Xiaoshe suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Lord Messenger, I have something to say." Everyone looked at him in unison. Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf also looked at him suspiciously. Lord Messenger, when Li Biyue killed the Shao father and son, this lowly one was there, so I know the whole story. This Li Biyue was extremely daring. He looked down on the dragons in public, and even said that the Shao father and son were the dragon's lackeys. Because Shao Yunwen heard this, he righteously stood out and attacked him. In other words, the Shao father and son were protecting the dignity of the dragons. They died for the dragons. So this lowly one thinks that this Li Biyue is not qualified to enter the dragon god's hall, and should be killed on the spot. Cai Xiaoshe roared angrily. Chapter 2408. Yes. I don't think he's qualified either. Please punish him severely. Most of the people were instigated by Cai Xiaoshe. A small group of people didn't say anything, but there was a trace of displeasure on their faces. Xiao Da didn't stop them. The messenger of the dragons glanced at Cai Xiaoshe, then at the others, and said, "It seems that you're very dissatisfied with my decision. We don't dare. We just hope that the messenger can handle it impartially. We can't let the Shao family's father and son die in vain," Cai Xiaoshe said. Boom. A pitilessly terrifying pressure instantly pounced towards Cai Xiaoshe. What? Cai Xiaoshe's expression changed. They actually attacked him? What the hell is going on? But he didn't dare to dodge. He didn't have the strength to dodge. The aura surged, and Cai Xiaoshe's face was filled with fear. If you really have an opinion, you can go to the patriarch of the Black Dragon clan, or even the ancestral dragon and dragon sovereign. But before that, you'd better shut your mouth. Because I don't like noisy people. It's not up to you to tell me what to do, understand? The messenger of the dragons said coldly. I know. Cai Xiaoshe quickly nodded. The messenger of the dragons protected the aura. He wanted to make things difficult for Qin Feiyang, but he didn't expect that he would be the one being humiliated. Why was this? Could it be? What was the relationship between Li Biyue and the messenger of the dragons? Xiao Da glanced at Qin Feiyang, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He looked down at the messenger of the dragons and said respectfully, "Lord, I'll take them away." Okay. The messenger of the dragons nodded. Xiao Da waved his hand, and divine power appeared and poured into the dozens of teleportation altars. Buzz. The altars were immediately activated, and the group disappeared quickly. The messenger of the dragons retracted his gaze and said with a smile, "Fan Yunzhong, what do you think?" "I don't dare to talk nonsense." Fan Yunzhong quickly said. "It's okay, just say it." After the messenger of the dragons finished speaking, he turned and walked inside. Fan Yunzhong hurriedly followed. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Since my lord wants me to say it, then this lowly one will be bold enough to say a few words. This Xiao Da has ulterior motives." The dragon's emissary laughed. "Then do you think Li Biyue can safely reach the Dragon God Palace?" Fan Yunzhong stared blankly for a moment, then said in admiration, "So sir has already seen through everything. Even you can see through it. If I can't, then wouldn't I be inferior to you? The messenger of the dragons said. Since you have seen through it and you admire Li Biyue so much, why do you allow Xiao Die to do as he pleases? Fan Yunzhong looked at the dragon's emissary suspiciously. Be it humans or dragons, how can they grow without experiencing wind and rain? If Li Biyue can reach the Dragon God Palace alive, doesn't that prove that he is indeed a talent? The messenger of the dragons said. I see. Fan Yunzhong suddenly understood and asked, then what if he dies on the way? If he dies on the way, then it means that I have misjudged him. The messenger of the dragons smiled faintly. Fan Yunzhong shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was not worried about Qin Feiyang, but he was a little worried about Xiao Die. It was your bad luck to meet the young lord. Back to Qin Feiyang and the others. After opening the altar 10 times in a row, Xiao Die finally stopped. Below them was an endless stretch of mountains. The ferocious beasts here were not comparable to the ferocious beasts near Blackrock City. Here, the weakest was a half-step supreme god. Is this the Dragon God Palace? Everyone looked around in surprise. But they did not see anything similar to a building. Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf were also looking around suspiciously. We haven't reached the Dragon God Palace yet. Suddenly, Xiao Die said. We haven't arrived yet. Then why did we stop? Someone was puzzled. Lord Xiao Die stopped. Of course there is a reason to stop. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Why don't you lead the way? Cai Xiaoshe shouted arrogantly and directly began to flatter Xiao Die. That's right. The messenger has said that we have to listen to Lord Xiao Die's instructions. As a smart person, what we have to do is to obey, not ask questions. A few more people jumped out and stood together with Cai Xiaoshe. Their attitude was arrogant. Seeing this, some people couldn't help but show a trace of contempt in their eyes. Xiao Die glanced at Cai Xiaoshe and the others with a smile in his eyes. These brats were quite tactful. Qin Feiyang looked at Xiao Die and secretly laughed. Big wolf dog, see, he is a person who likes to flatter. The big black wolf glanced at Xiao Die, his eyes full of disdain. Wait. How did this emperor become a big wolf dog? Big brother, just as the big black wolf was about to express his dissatisfaction, Cai Xiaoshe pointed his spear at them. Li Biyue, at the Phoenix Bamboo House, didn't you call us lackeys? Why are you doing this now? Aren't you slapping your own face? Cai Xiaoshe sneered. Qin Feiyang glanced at him. Cai Xiaoshe, you don't understand. Some people just like to pretend. Otherwise, how can he show that he's better than others? The others beside him also mocked. I see. Cai Xiaoshe smiled and shook his head. In the end, he's just a hypocrite. Li Biyue, tell me, what gift did you give to the messenger? Why is he so protective of you? Cai Xiaoshe, how can you ask this kind of thing? It's fine as long as everyone knows. If you ask this, what if he gets angry and comes to take revenge on us? Yeah. The beast beside him is a half-divine god, we can't afford to offend it. The group of people echoed each other, their faces full of mockery. The others looked at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf with disdain. They were wondering why the messenger of the dragons would be so protective of them. It turned out that he had given them a huge gift. Xiao Die looked at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf with a cold smile. He suddenly yelled, "Shut up. Master Xiao Die, I'm just stating the facts. Especially your brother and your nephew, Xiao Yunwen, their deaths were the most unworthy." Cai Xiaoshe said indignantly. Xiao Die's hands that were hidden in his sleeves clenched, but his face remained calm as he said, "Don't mention the past again." Cai Xiaoshe shut his mouth resentfully. He thought Xiao Die would go crazy on the spot, but he did not expect Xiao Die to be so calm. Xiao Die looked at the others and said, "Stay here and don't run around. The beasts here are quite terrifying. Li Biyue, Black Dog, come with me." Saying this, Xiao Die flew toward the mountain on the left. "Where are we going?" Qin Feiyang asked. The others also looked at Xiao Die suspiciously. "The messenger thinks highly of you, so he has a few words that he wants me to tell you in private," Xiao Die said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered and he said with a smile, then there's no need to go somewhere else. We can send a message. The messenger also has something that he wants me to give you. This thing is very important and can't be seen by outsiders. In short, just follow me. Xiao Die said without turning his head. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and chased with the big black wolf. The big black wolf's eyes lit up and he asked excitedly, Brother, what do you think the messenger of the dragons has prepared for us? Idiot. Qin Feiyang was stunned and glared at him. Why are you scolding me? The big black wolf looked at him unhappily. If the messenger of the dragons really has something for us, why didn't he give it to us directly? Why did he ask this person to pass it to us? Qin Feiyang thought to himself. That's right. The big black wolf slapped his head and sent a voice transmission. Then what does this person want? The next moment, he stared at Qin Feiyang and said in surprise, It can't be, obviously. Qin Feiyang shrugged. This damn thing, I'll destroy him. The big black wolf immediately roared. Qin Feiyang was stunned and smiled. Okay, I'll leave it to you later. Ahem. The big black wolf's body stiffened and he smiled embarrassedly. How would I dare to steal your limelight? It's better for you to do it yourself. What a joke. Fan Yunzhong had said that Xiao Die had already broken through to the initial stage of the immortal realm more than 10 years ago. He was 2 whole stages higher than him. Leave it to him? Wasn't that courting death? Only a fool would do such a thing. After a few hundred breaths, Xiao Die finally stopped after flying for hundreds of thousands of miles. Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf looked at each other and also stopped in the void. Xiao Die turned to look at the man and the wolf. He crossed his arms and didn't say anything, but there was a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Qin Feiyang asked, Where's the thing that the messenger of the dragons asked me to deliver? Ha ha, Xiao Die immediately laughed out loud, full of ridicule. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Do you really think there's something to give you? Xiao Die laughed. No. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and frowned. Are you lying to us? If I don't trick you here, how can I kill you without anyone knowing and avenge my big brother and the others? Xiao Die laughed sinisterly. Despicable. Qin Feiyang's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately fled with the big black wolf. Boom. A terrifying pressure immediately surged, and the man and the wolf were imprisoned on the spot. It's too late to run away now. Xiao Die sneered and said, How about this, I'll give you a chance. Take the initiative to kneel down and apologize, and I'll leave your bodies intact. Impossible. Let's not beat around the bush. The messenger is our backer. If you dare to touch us, the messenger won't let you go. The big black wolf said angrily. Haha, backer. Indeed, the messenger admires you, but it's just admiration. Besides, no one saw with their own eyes that I killed you. Even if the messenger investigates, I can easily get away with it. At that time, I'll say that you overestimated yourselves and went to provoke some beasts and were killed by them. Xiao Die sneered. You're really a villain, Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Xiao Die's eyes darkened and shouted, Don't talk nonsense. I'll ask you one last time, do you want to kneel down? Chapter 2409. Qin Feiyang and the black wolf looked at each other and burst into laughter. Huh! Xiao Die looked at them in surprise. How dare they laugh? Old man, do you really think we don't know what you're trying to do? I was just teasing you. The black wolf's eyes were full of mockery. Teasing me? Xiao Die's face suddenly showed a trace of hostility. He released his aura and rushed toward the man and the wolf. The black wolf stood up, waved his paw, and said contemptuously, Do you think you can imprison us with your little aura? How is that possible? Xiao Die looked at the black wolf in shock, then looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang also raised his hand and touched his chin with a playful expression. How could the aura of a lesser paragon god not be able to imprison them? Now, we'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to us, and we'll leave your corpse intact. The black wolf said. Haha, are you kidding? Now, I'll send you to hell. Xiao Die was so angry that he laughed. His aura suddenly burst out, and he slapped at the black wolf. A half-step paragon god was just an ant in his eyes. How dare he be so arrogant? Brother, go. The black wolf took a few steps back and waved his paw. It looked like he was closing the door and letting the dog out. Qin Feiyang glared at him, took a step forward, and disappeared from Xiao Die's sight. So fast. Xiao Die was shocked. He quickly stopped in the void and looked back and forth. Where are you looking at? All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang's voice sounded behind him. He quivered, and without any hesitation, he struck out with his palm. Boom. At the same time, a monstrous murderous aura erupted. Even Cai Xiaosha and the others hundreds of thousands of miles away felt the murderous aura. What happened? Are they fighting? The group of people was shocked. Ah! In the sky above the mountain range, a painful scream rang out. A wisp of blood-red light, carrying a destructive power, shattered Xiao Die's arm, and then pierced through Xiao Die's back. A bloody hole appeared on his lower abdomen, and blood spurted out. How is this possible? Xiao Die stared blankly at the bloody hole, forgetting the pain. Not only could a large success Divine Lord ignore his pressure, but he could also instantly cripple his Qi. Was he dreaming? Clang. A blood-colored sword was suddenly placed across Xiao Die's neck. Xiao Die shuddered as he looked at the blood-red sword. The shock in his eyes intensified. The power and murderous aura of this blood sword far exceeded that of the previous blood sword. So what if you're an utmost god? I've killed at least 8,000 autarchs, if not 10,000. Who do you think you are? You dare to plot against me? You are really courageous. Qin Feiyang said lightly. What the hell is going on? Xiao Die's gaze trembled. Just a large success Divine Lord, he was also too ridiculously strong, right? Hee. The big black wolf leaned forward and said, Old man, how does it feel to go for wool and come home shorn? Don't be arrogant. I'm from the Dragon God Palace. If I die on the way, you won't be able to escape responsibility. Xiao Die shouted. Haven't you already taught us what to do? Kill you and push the blame to the beasts. I believe that our words will be very convincing. Because in the eyes of others, we don't have the strength to kill you at all. The big black wolf laughed. Xiao Die's body and mind trembled. Not talking anymore. I haven't vented my anger yet. Who are you? How dare you harm us halfway? The big black wolf raised his claws and beat him up. Xiao Die howled miserably. He felt aggrieved and panicked. He was the one who came to settle the score with this man and dog, but he didn't expect to fall into their hands. What should he do? Was he, a small success Divine Lord, really going to be bullied by two ants? However, he couldn't think of a way. His Qi was crippled, and he could only use his divine sense. He couldn't even self-destruct. Besides, he couldn't bear to self-destruct. It wasn't easy for him to cultivate to this level, and he hadn't enjoyed life yet. As for his divine sense, he didn't dare to, because the blood sword was on his neck. If he dared to use his divine sense, the other party would definitely cut off his head with a sword. At that time, he might not even be able to save his divine sense. After thinking about it, he could only think of begging for mercy. I'm sorry, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you. I beg you, please be magnanimous and give me a way out. I promise that I won't bother you again in the future. Xiao Die couldn't care less. He hurriedly knelt in the void, kowtowing while begging. You're kneeling just like that. The big black wolf was stunned and mocked. You're a small success Divine Lord after all. Where's your backbone? After saying that, he slapped Xiao Die's head with his claws again. A big, shiny meat bun immediately bulged. However, Xiao Die didn't care at all and kept begging for mercy. The big black wolf said disdainfully, with your cowardice, you're only fit to be the dragon's lackey. Yes. I'm a good-for-nothing. I'm a dog. Can you be kind and not argue with a dog like me? Xiao Die cried out. The big black wolf was stunned. He thought that these words would stimulate this person's courage, but he didn't expect him to admit it. Good fellow, he was really shameless. Boring. The big black wolf shook his head. If he had courage, he would be interested in torturing him for a while more. But now, he couldn't be bothered to kill him. Kill him? The big black wolf looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Why don't we keep him for the new year? No, let's talk nicely. I'm begging you. When Xiao Die heard this, his body trembled violently, and his heart was filled with despair. However, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to him and waved the long sword in his hand. His head immediately rolled down. A divine soul immediately rushed out from the top of his head, frantically running for his life. It was Xiao Die's divine soul. Qin Feiyang waved the blood sword again, and waves of blood-red sword qi surged out. Immediately, the divine soul was also annihilated in the void with a miserable howl. His courting death. The big black wolf snorted and immediately rushed over to search him. Qin Feiyang dispersed the blood-red long sword and muttered to himself. Damn it, his paw. Soon. The big black wolf cursed angrily. From Xiao Die's body, it found an interspatial ring and a divine artifact. But the divine artifact was only a peak divine artifact. And in the interspatial ring, there were only a few soul stones, divine crystals, herbs, elixirs, and some teleportation altars. With his cultivation level, he's definitely just a small character in the Dragon God Palace. How many treasures can he have? Qin Feiyang said lightly, glancing at the mountain below. The previous battle had scared away the fierce beasts in the mountain. At this moment, within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, it was quiet, not even a mosquito could be seen. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he took out the image crystal. Soon, a shadow appeared. It was Fan Yunzhong. Greetings, young lord. Fan Yunzhong hurriedly bowed. Is it convenient to talk? Qin Feiyang asked. Fan Yunzhong laughed and said, of course it's convenient for your subordinates to call you that. Qin Feiyang said, I want the Xiao family to disappear completely. Fan Yunzhong's heart trembled, and he said in surprise, Xiao Die has already made his move. Qin Feiyang said lightly, not already made his move, he's already dead. Fan Yunzhong was stunned, and said in admiration, young lord is indeed powerful. Stop flattering. Can you do it? Qin Feiyang said. A piece of cake. Fan Yunzhong smiled confidently. Very good. Also, give me the coordinates of the Dragon God Palace. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Fan Yunzhong nodded. As a member of the Dragon Slaying Palace, he naturally knew the location of the Dragon God Palace. Because this was the most basic knowledge of the Dragon Slaying Palace. However, Qin Feiyang was somewhat shocked. This was because Fan Yunzhong had given him 40 coordinates in a row. In other words, from here to the Dragon God Palace, he still needed to activate 40 teleportation altars. In addition to the 10 teleportation altars from Black Rock City to the Dragon God Palace, there would be a distance of 50 teleportation altars. This was too far. After turning off the image crystal, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered again. Xiao Die's matter was just a small episode to him, but he still had to deal with the aftermath. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang had an idea, glancing at the mountain range further away, and smiled at the big black wolf. I'll bring you to play. Play what? The big black wolf was curious. You'll know later. Qin Feiyang smiled, and brought the big black wolf with him, streaking across the sky at lightning speed. Roar. Chirp. Rumble. Not long after. On the other side of the mountain range, there was a series of earth-shaking loud noises, as well as the roars and hisses of beasts and birds. Boss, you're too much of a scammer. You call this over. After a while, accompanied by an angry voice, Qin Feiyang called him the Xing character formula and ran over with the big black wolf. To be exact. Not running, but fleeing for their lives. Because behind them, there was a large group of beasts and birds. Densely packed. There were at least 500 to 600 of them. And they were all Paramount God level beasts. There were even a few that were Paramount God level beast. Originally, the big black wolf thought it was something good, and ran over with Qin Feiyang excitedly. But it didn't expect that Qin Feiyang would directly attack as soon as he saw the beasts. And he specifically picked Paramount God level beasts. Wasn't this stupid? What do you know? If it weren't for them, who would believe us when we say that Xiao Die died under the claws of the beasts? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it. But there's no need to summon so many. The big black wolf looked back and was immediately scared out of his wits. That mighty beast tide was too terrifying. Wherever they went, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Qin Feiyang shook his head, and a wisp of blood appeared. Several wounds appeared on the big black wolf's body, and blood flowed out. "What are you doing now?" the big black wolf said angrily. "Of course I have to do it. Cai Xiaosha and the others are not idiots. When they see that we are unharmed, they will definitely be suspicious." Qin Feiyang laughed. The big black wolf's face darkened, and said, "Then why don't you hit yourself a few times? Isn't this because you are protecting me? When they see it, you can also get a good reputation for being loyal." Qin Feiyang chuckled, and also got some blood from the big black wolf's body and smeared it on his clothes, looking quite embarrassed. "I don't care." The big black wolf snorted coldly, and suddenly rolled his eyes, and said, "Shouldn't Cai Xiaosha and the others be taught a lesson? As long as you are happy, it's up to you." Qin Feiyang said. The big black wolf suddenly laughed sinisterly. "P.S. If there are duplicates or wrong friends, please refresh or add a new bookshelf.